Hello, everybody, and welcome to this broadcast, and welcome to this year's Prague International Chess Festival, or the Prague Chess Festival, as it's also called. A wonderful event taking place over the next 10 days with lots of different tournaments in the capital of the Czech Republic. It's not the first event. If you guys had tuned in last year, you would remember I also commented on that event then. It was a fantastic event with fantastic chess, and this year will be no different. We have the Masters event, the Challengers event, and some side events featuring some of the world's best players. In fact, the games have already kicked off, but we'll come on to that in a moment. And we have got a standard classical tournament, 9 rounds, and we're going to have plenty to discuss over these next 10 days. And when I say we, well, I'm absolutely delighted to introduce my partner in crime, a very dear friend of mine who I've known for many years, who is going to help me analyze, break down what's going on, and insert her own wit and charm. And that is the one and only Natasha Benmezba. Natasha, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Lawrence. Hi, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here and to commentate this tournament, this very strong chess tournament. I realize we have almost the best players on the lineup,
Yeah.
and I'm very happy to share this time with you, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be a great 10 days. As you said, some of the best players in the world playing. We have the winner from last year looking to defend his title, Pentala Hari Krishna, the Indian superstar, who won a very difficult tournament last year. I think he won it outright, if I remember correctly. I don't think there was even a tiebreak. I do remember that in the challengers section, Vincent won in front of Hans Niemann, but Hari Krishna won the event outright, and it was Le Quang Liem who came second last year. And this year, Hari Krishna is here. Le Quang, however, is not playing. So Le Quang is not here this year. Nevertheless, we've got some fantastic players. We've got the local super strong player, Nguyen, playing against Hari Krishna today. In fact, that's the game on your screen now. We'll come to that in a minute. We've got Wang Hao, Natasha. Wang Hao, retired, apparently, but playing. How does
Yes.
that work?
Yeah, I saw that after the candidate in 2021, he decided that he will retire, he will stop his chess career. So he's still playing some rapid and blitz, few long chess tournament like Norway Chess, or he played in Abu Dhabi. So it's a pleasure to have him with us, to see the young against the retired, the young Vincent Kimmer. Is that
Kamer, yeah, Vincent Kamer,
Kamer?
yeah.
Sorry for my French accent.
No, it's great. Yeah, Vincent Kamer, who won the Challengers event last year, therefore getting qualification to the Masters event this year. But he deserves his place anyway. Vincent crossed the 2,700 barrier. He's not 2,700 now, but he did cross the 2,700 barrier for a short period. Germany number one, young guy. I just saw him here in Berlin the other day. He played in this World Chess event here in Berlin. Incredibly talented, and looking to, I guess his main objective at the moment, Natasha, is to consolidate his rating at 2,700, is just to keep it there, build, and then try and push for the next level. Very talented player playing against Wang Hao. Then we've got the local number one, the man who's been number one of the Czech Republic for I can't remember how many years, probably 10, 15 years, something like that. David Navarra, one of the nicest guys in chess, playing
Yeah.
against Daniel Bogdan Deak, a name that, do you know Deak well, Natasha?
Not that much, but he's very young. He's only 21. He's been 27 10, I think,
Hmm. Hmm.
27,010, his peak rating. So he's in the top 100 chess players in the world. So someone that we will see quite often, I think, in the
Oh,
next years. Uh,
absolutely. He will be around for a long time. Very, very talented player from Romania. And it's been quite a long time since a Romanian native has pushed. Of course, the guy that we all think of is Nisipianu, who then
yeah.
moved to the German Federation. Nisipianu, really the number one. I mean, they have many talented players, Luculescu, and these guys are very strong grandmasters. But the guys at 2700, really, it's been a long time. So Deac is the hope of Romania. The next board we have fantastic pairing: Shankland against Gelfand. What can we say? Sam Shankland doesn't need an introduction. Great player, great author, um, very intense guy in many ways. But
And
his chess is outstanding. Tell us, Natasha.
yeah, I was saying that he won the Prague Chess Festival, the Masters, in 2021. So
Correct.
he's well known from here.
Yep, he's well known. He likes Prague. And he's playing against the legend that is Boris Gelfand. Boris, of course, doesn't need an introduction if you have been in chess for over 10 years. If not, if the name doesn't sound familiar, well, he's one of the top players of all time, really. Comes from uh, originally
He's
from the Soviet Union, moved to Israel, but nearly became world champion when he qualified to play Vichy Anand, I think 2012. I think 2012 he lost, and then Anand played Carlsen in 2013, if I remember correctly. The match was a tied score, so Boris and Vichy they were 6-all after the 12 classical games, but Vichy won the tiebreak. But Boris would have been the first ever Israeli grandmaster to become world champion. A fantastic understanding of the game. Of course, a bit older now. Natasha, I think Boris is 50 something now. I think Boris. He's, let's just check. He's 54. So,
54.
yeah. So,
Is
of
it
course,
confirmed?
yeah, difficult to play. Um, when the very top level, still rated 2670, can still play phenomenal chess. I'm excited to see how he does in this field against young players. And then last but not least,
Mm.
we have Martirosian playing against Ray Robson. Haik Martirosian, what do you know about this young man, Natasha?
Um, Not that much. I don't know many things about him.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, well, I mean, he's kind of flown under the radar in the past years somehow, but he's an Armenian player that, if you ask the top Armenian guys, they really, really think he is a super talent. Um, he is rated 2685, which is basically his all time high rating. And at the moment, I believe he's number two in Armenia. Very, very talented, 22 years old, playing against another still young talent, although a man who really has, it feels like he's been around forever, but he's only 28. Ray Robson, the American Grandmaster, rated 2689. Ray also looking to establish himself over 2700. He came over 2700, then he dipped a bit. Both of these guys want to get to 2700.
Yeah.
So a beautiful mix, Natasha, of young and old, experienced, fresh, different styles as well. When I think of how this tournament is stylistically, I think this is such a great mix of players. Um, so we should get some really, really exciting chess. Of course, we also have the Challengers event where we've got some great names. I'll say a few just so you guys at home know. We've got two experienced grandmasters in Motilov and Lamy. And then we've got some really fantastic young players. Jurgis Pešak, one of my favorite players from Slovakia, I think, if I get that correct. Right, I always think it's is it Slovenia or Slovakia? He's Slovakian. Great player, aggressive, fantastic player. So he's playing. We've got Akash, young um, Indian Grandmaster, Gledura from Hungary, great young player as well. Bartel, experienced Polish Grandmaster. And we've got some young Czech talents as well. The youngest being, I believe, uh, a young chap by the name of, and if I can remember his name, I believe it's Jan
Vikuk.
Vikuk. Yeah, I think Jan Vikuk is the youngest, or it might be Finek who is the youngest. One of these guys is just, I believe he's
Finek is
13.
just, yeah, just 13 years old.
Yeah, it's Finek. Finek is the new hope of Czech chess. 13 years old, 2410 rated already. These young guys, they're very scary, very dangerous players. So, um, lots of chess to look at now. Where do you want to go first, Natasha? I will give you the
I
the,
take.
the honor of which game to look
Okay,
at first.
thank you. So I will go to the Masters,
Yeah.
and I want to see Vincent Kimmer against Wang Gao. Let's start with
Okay.
this game.
Let's start with this. So came out with the white pieces. We have a Slav defense.
Mhm.
Uh, all fairly normal. Of course, the main decision in this position here as white is do you play knight c3 or e3? Of course, there are other moves. G3 also exists as a move here. But the main difference is if you go e3 now, this move doesn't make too much sense because white can capture immediately. Whereas if you go here, you do give black the option into entering semi-Slavs with this move here. Vincent played the very sturdy, solid option of e3, bishop to f5, the main move, knight c3, e6. Standard Slav play, the bishop comes outside of the pawn chain before the pawns are erected. And now in this position, white plays what is considered the critical move, which is to chase this bishop with knight h4, given that this bishop is a very strong piece. Black now plays the main move, which is the move bishop e4. Again, this is the main move because white cannot actually take this bishop, because after knight takes bishop, black can play either knight takes followed by bishop b4 check, or black can play d takes e4, and suddenly this knight has got no room, and g5 will trap the knight. So it's very dangerous indeed. So instead, white tends to kick this bishop with f3, bishop g6, and now the move bishop d2, bishop e7, and queen b3, the main line, hitting this pawn here. Black defends it with queen c7, and this also now gives white the opportunity to castle on the queen side, which Kama does. Black now takes on c4. This is typical in the Slav to take. Bishop takes c4 was played by Kama, and the reason this is typical is because Wang Hao can now kick this bishop with the move b5. The bishop comes all the way back to e2, and Wang Hao now follows up uh, in a standard way with a6, because now he's threatening to play c5. And in fact, we see something like this happen. Knight takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, and here Vincent plays a move which I like, the move f4. The idea is that white wants to put the bishop on the long diagonal to prevent c5. It also stops any e5 breaks, or sometimes even this move does exist, rook takes h2. So f4 makes a lot of sense. But Wang Hao plays c5 anyway. And it seems as though Vincent is now thinking for the first time. So probably Vincent was in book until this point. Um, Who do you like in this position, Natasha? Who would you take in this position and why?
I think my first opinion would be to take blacks, to play with black, because I see this pawn storm attacking the white king on the queen side. So, but white has the bishop pair. They have the center. So I guess that it's not that easy for black to attack. They still have the king. They haven't castled yet, and her king side, the queen side is not developed yet. So, what would you play with white
I think
in
the
this
natural
position?
move here is just to
Is
go
the
bishop f3. I
bishop
mean,
f3
this has to be the natural move, attacking um,
the rook?
the rook. Uh, and and black really hasn't got many options here, right? You have to go knight c6. You have to play knight c6. Rook a7 looks really strange, so you bring a piece out, knight c6. And now the question is, what next as white? Because you have to be careful here as well. Your king is not ideal on c1. There is some tension on d4. The move d5 looks possible, but do you run into c4? And the answer is yes. Suddenly you're actually in
Yeah.
big trouble because look, queen c2 and knight b4. Oops. Uh, Suddenly we're losing
Yeah.
as white. So actually, you might have to take on c5 here. And after bishop takes c5, I don't know, a move like king b1 perhaps,
Um,
getting the king to a safe square.
but I was wondering, do we have problems with the pinned knight c6 and the bishop c5, which is with no protection? Is like knight b5 can be possible, or is too dangerous?
What in the last? Wow,
I don't know. I was just
wow.
wondering.
This is why you're here, Natasha, because I miss these fantastic. Wow, that works. A takes b5,
Queen
queen takes
takes.
b5. We're attacking two pieces. The knight is pinned. It works. But there's
Great.
some rook takes a2. Okay, maybe it's not so clear. So like if black castles, you take here, and I still have to protect this. Rook fc8, and now I can go king b1.
Yeah, and I'm 2 pawns up with white.
Clean, clean. Yeah. Knight takes b5. Wow. So actually, if this happens, black has to play castles first, then perhaps,
Yeah,
and
and
sacrifice
they
the
can.
pawn
No, they can take the pawn just now. White cannot
in the
defend
next
this
move.
5 pawn. Yeah, in the
Okay,
the next move.
so if king b1, now we take the pawn, and now knight takes b5, of course, doesn't work because it's a different story. But this position is still good for white. Now, after knight e4, for example, I like this move because you clear this diagonal. And if takes, I take white here, Natasha, all day. Rook c1, rook d1, or rook c1. Um,
Okay, we
you know
should
what I
play
mean?
this game. So
Yeah, it's. I think Vincent will be very happy to play this. So good chances for Vincent early on.
I think he played something on knight c6.
Um, no, he
No,
played.
he
No,
didn't.
he
He
didn't
didn't
play
play.
yet. No, it's Vincent's move still.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to another game and let's go and see the winner of last year, Harry Krishna, playing against the local player and win. We'll go from the beginning quickly. We had a King's Pawn opening, Spanish Berlin, or an anti-Berlin as it's called. Bishop c5, c3, castles, and d5. Very standard play, been played a lot. White protects his center, black protects his e-pawn. There's a trade. And look at this, Natasha. E takes d5, a6. Zwischen
Yes.
Zug.
Yeah, actually, yes. Black has no choice because the knight
Because,
is pinned. The knight c6 is pinned. Oh, they
and if
can
I,
take the pawn on d5.
yeah, like if I take, what's the problem?
What the problem? Can I play?
There must be a reason.
Can I play bishop takes c6 and knight e5, something like this? Is it the move? Maybe not. No, it's not this.
Apparently not. I mean, it makes sense to play like this, but in the worst case, black can take, and I don't think that's bad for black, right?
Yeah, the
This
knight on
is
d5 is too strong.
great knight. But apparently black can just play rook g5, which is nasty. And if d takes c5, some knight f4 or bishop h3, oof. No,
Yeah,
this is
yes,
not what you
yes.
want as white.
Not at all. So
But
wait,
there must be some reason. I mean, maybe it's just simply going rook e1,
rook q.
hitting
Yeah,
this pawn, and it's a bit difficult to defend. Possibly. But what we can say is that after e takes d5, a6 is very, very interesting. If you want to keep the pawn as white, you give black typical Marshall compensation, right? So if you take, I take, and if you take and take these bishops, I'll do it in red because it's dangerous. These bishops look very, very, very nice for black. This looks like a Marshall gambit, but
yeah.
even better. So that's why white played bishop takes c6, b takes c6, and here knight b3, hitting the bishop. And apparently now you're supposed to take the pawn, which Hari Krishna does. And Win also plays the best move, c4. Sorry about this. There's a lot of crime in Berlin. If you can hear all of the sirens in the background, there's a lot of crime here. c4, hitting the queen, forcing the queen back. And now you take the bishop. And the point is that you put your pawns on light squares when you've got the dark squared bishop, right? So queen takes c5. And here, Win plays the move d4. Okay? Logical. Forcing e takes d4 because I guess this, well, maybe this is also possible. Something like this looks reasonable for black to me with bishop g4 coming next. Doesn't look too bad. But Hari Krishna decided to take. Queen takes d4. And now Hari Krishna, of course, if the queens come off, only white can be better because of this damaged structure. So Hari Krishna decides to keep the queens on with queen h5. Now there are some bishop g4, bishop h3 ideas. Win just said, I don't care. I'm going to play bishop e3. And now knight e4 by Hari Krishna. I guess if bishop g4, you can just go knight e5, right? Oh, no, sorry. You can blunder the knight. Excuse me. On bishop g4, I guess he wanted to go knight d2 then. And if rook a d8, something like queen c3 or queen f4. It's a bit strange, but there is no way for black to do something here, right?
Yeah, and black pieces look a little bit weird with the bishop on g4, threatening nothing, and the queen on h5. So, okay, the rook are
Yeah,
very strong in the center in open files. Yeah, it's balanced. It's
it's
balanced.
balanced, yeah. So instead, Hari Krishna played knight e4, which is also, well, logical, putting the knight in the middle, and bishop f4, hitting the pawn on c7, maybe. c5 by Hari Krishna. The queen comes to d3. And the idea of c5 for sure is that actually Hari Krishna wants to put the bishop on the long diagonal, I guess. Bishop b7 is a very natural move. I guess the question is, can white just take a pawn and say, a pawn is a pawn, what are you going to do? But it feels like black has got sufficient compensation here, right? Definitely.
Yes.
Feels
And
like sufficient compensation.
and look at the clock. Like Nguyen spent zero time to play the first 18 moves.
Yeah, he's totally in book when he's seen
Yeah.
this position before. Incredible. I don't know if this is a theoretical position, but in any case, very, very nice preparation by Win, who is maybe slightly better, but you expect Hari Krishna also to be able to hold the balance in that game. I don't expect big things. I also don't really expect big things from this game, Natasha. Martirosian against Robson looks like a very, very solid start by both of these players. We had a Queen's Gambit declined Rogozin variation, but the Rogozin variation, which is not very ambitious, this one here, and c5, and this move 94. This is the only way for white to try and play for an advantage. Queen e7, you hit this bishop and now take up the pawn on d4. But Ray knows all of his stuff. You attack the queen, now you force the queens off the board, and knight d7. You're supposed to hit this bishop, but after knight b3, bishop b6, bishop b2, this position really is not a problem at all
Mm,
for, yeah,
What
tell me.
what's what is the idea for white when they play bishop c4 e2?
A lot of
Is
the
to
time, what you want to do is move the knight and put the bishop on f3 to put pressure on the queen side. Uh, Also, you allow the rook to influence the c file. No, but yeah, normally it's to move this knight, put the bishop here, something like this. And well, uh, it's not a very exciting position. That's obvious. Uh, but we'll see what happens in this game. It's certainly not going to be the focus of today's action.
yeah.
Shanglin Gelfand is a bit more interesting, though, Natasha, and it's an opening which I believe you know something about.
A little bit. Yes, yes. So it's a E6 Sicilian.
Hmm.
White decided to play with G3. Okay, so D5 to put the bishop on the big diagonal H1 A8. Try to control the D5 square, but black they want to play D5, so they just played D5
Yeah, g3,
with
d5.
take,
Take is
and
normal, and now
D4 is
d4.
normal too.
Very normal, and we get an isolated queen's pawn position.
Yeah.
The isolated queen's pawn. Now, Boris Gelfand is a master of the isolated queen's pawn positions. He gets this in so many of his openings, in his Sicilians, he gets them in his semi-tarashes. He really feels comfortable playing the isolated queen's pawn. So, knight c6, fairly e3, also normal move. Knight f6, bishop g2, and bishop b4 check now by Gelfand. A small surprise, I would say. I guess the point is that white will say, I want to play c3, but apparently maybe not, because now this knight on b1, yes, it can come to d2, but it's not coming to c3 to pressurize the pawn. So now there is not so much pressure on the d5 pawn. So this is the idea behind this check. Very interesting. bishop a5, castles, knight d2, white completes development, rook e8, very standard. Sometimes this exchange sacrifice exists in some positions, and rook e1, stopping it, and bishop b6. And I have to say, Natasha, I'm not a real fan of uh, of this at all.
Not
For
fun for white or for black?
Yeah, for white, I
For
don't believe
white.
white has anything here. Yeah, I mean, what do you do in this position as white? I don't even know. For example, if you play a natural looking move like knight f3, black can also play moves, simple moves, like h6. Sure, you can develop your pieces here as white, but I never really know what to do. Something like this as black, queen d7, rook to d8, and I don't quite know where I'm putting my pieces. Of course, the main idea for white in these positions is to trade pieces. When you are playing the isolated queen's pawn, you want to trade pieces, but I don't see the trades here. And in fact, Sam has just played knight f3 immediately. I think Boris has got no problems here, Natasha. I think
I
Boris has
agree.
got no problems.
Um, it seems like white are playing black and black are playing white, and white has just equalized the position. If you know what I mean, if you understand what I mean.
I do understand what you mean. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So maybe
Um,
yeah,
so
bishop g4 should be a good move for
Bishop
black now.
g4,
Pinning the
h6.
knight, yeah.
Yeah, this has to be fine. Lots of moves here for black. I think he's got no problems at all in this position.
And the idea maybe of bishop b4 check was also
Hmm.
to put the bishop on b6 on the
Hmm.
diagonal g1 a7 because bishop c5 wasn't possible because of
Exactly.
knight takes c6. So
Exactly.
this was the idea.
Exactly. So it's a very, very interesting one for sure. Very, very interesting indeed.
But the choice white of the opening for what for white is a little bit strange, no?
It's yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like what he did. I don't know. I don't know if I like what he did actually, to be honest. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Not sure at all. Let's go to another game. Let's go to another game. The game that we haven't seen so far is the game between Navarra and Deac. So Navarra and Deac. This is the position after 15 moves. We had another interesting opening here. Something like this. Bishop g2, knight bd7, queen d3. Interesting move that is not seen so much. This move here, queen to d3.
The
Very,
idea is
very
to
interesting.
play e4 very quickly.
Yeah, I guess it's to be able to protect c4 and play e4 very quickly. Very, very interesting stuff. Um, so black played a6, bishop f4, fairly standard, and c5, also very standard, reacting in the center. cd5, knight d5, knight d5, ed5, and we have another isolated queen's pawn, Natasha. But this time I like white's position much more. There's a bit more breathing room somehow, and I think this is very, very nice indeed. Um, Very, very nice. So queen c2 g6 by Deac, obviously trying to play bishop f5. White castles, bishop f5, moves the queen again. And the bishop now comes into e4. Okay. Pretty good stuff so far, or pretty at least standard stuff. The bishop sits on e4 to neutralize the bishop on g2, and rook c1. So far, we've had
The
quite
position is
yes.
very unbalanced. You know, with the
Mm-hmm.
it's the Isolani pawn on d5, but it can move forward, and so it's everything can happen in this game actually.
Mm-hmm. True,
So it will
right?
be very interesting for us.
Yes, totally agree. A long way to go in that one. I don't think Navarra wants peace anytime soon. I think this is a game which he really, really wants to grind with his stable advantage. All right. In the challenges, we will look at these games, of course, as well. If there's some really interesting positions. Wow, we have an absolute, what is this? We have a mess in Peshak. No real surprise, to be honest. No real surprise that we have uh, Peshak uh, uh, with a crazy position because he's a crazy player. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. Okay, Nimzo classical, and e4. Very standard critical line these days. d5 is critical, e5, knight e4. And a3. Now, this move here is absolutely not the main move, Natasha, if you know this position or if you've seen this position.
I'm not a d4 chess player. I only play e4, and with black I don't play this Nimzo Indian. So I I'm not used to this kind of position. So
Okay.
a3 is not the idea. You say it's new.
Yeah, a3 is yeah, absolutely not the not that it's new. I'll tell you what, I'm going to check this one because I think this one actually needs checking. So I'm going to open my chess space because bishop d3 had been played a lot, but a3 I really don't know about. Castles e4, d5, e5, knight e4, and a3. Let's have a look. Let's see who's played this. So it's been played by some top players. It's been played by Jobava, Caruana, Yu, Nisipianu, but it is very, very rare. Very, very rare compared to bishop d3. So a3, bishop takes c3 forced, b takes c3, and c5 is the most played move, c5, as played by Vikuk. White now plays bishop d3, and c5, bishop d3. And in this position, black plays a very popular move here as well, the move queen a5. Looking down here, white again plays the main move, which is to protect c3 with knight e2. C takes d4 is the only logical move in this position. And white now plays a move which has never been seen before. And that is the move rook to b1. This is the first novelty in this position. Rook to b1. Total novelty.
Okay,
Um,
and it was prepared by
well,
Peshak. Look, it's 1 hour 34. So
yes. Yes. Um,
it was his preparation.
it looks like that. So rook b1 is a standard move, of course, because you put the rook on a better square, but it becomes very interesting. And here, look at this. Vikuk plays the move d takes c4 with the idea that he doesn't lose a piece after bishop takes e4 because of d3. He wins the piece back. The queen swoops over, d takes e2, and now not queen takes e2, but rather queen takes c4. So the dust has cleared ever so slightly, and uh, we have a well, we have a very strange position, but black is very solid. White has got the two bishops. Black now played knight d7 because the e5 pawn is also very weak. But apparently this is a mistake. Apparently here black should just take this pawn immediately, but it's very dangerous after rook b5 because the rook can now swing over to the king side and black has got no defenders. So that's very scary. But apparently knight d7 is not as good because white here can play rook b5, forcing queen d8 and queen takes e2 with big initiative on the king side here. Natasha, this is the
Yes.
kind of position you like, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course, I have the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm.
I have open lines, space advantage. What else to ask? I could give a pawn. I could be a pawn down. In this position, I would be very happy with white.
Mm-hmm.
So after we'll castle, we can put a rook on d1. And why not playing? We can play on the d file, on the b file, or we can have ideas with rook d3 and why not rook h3. We have the d6 square. The bishop c1 can be very strong after a4, bishop a3. So it's a beautiful position for white. It's
Certainly
easy
is.
game for white.
It really, really is.
It's
It
not winning, of course, but it will be much easier to play with white than with black.
very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous for black. Very, very dangerous. Um, so I think Peshak is really going to enjoy himself. I think Peshak is really going to enjoy himself in this position here.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Another very interesting game, by the way, is the game Motilov against Lamy. We had a French advanced variation, and Motilov plays this very trendy bishop d3, c takes d4, and castles. Natasha, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. So
very
we
very trendy.
yeah.
Yeah, tell me.
No, go ahead. It's good.
No, I was going to say, of course, for years and years when I was growing up, the move was c takes d4. Black, of course, cannot take this because of the well-known trick with bishop b5, and you win the queen. But the Milner-Barry, as it's called, the Milner-Barry, after c takes d4 and bishop d7, it was proven that white can't really give up this pawn now. Like this, black gets too much play. So this is just not really possible, unfortunately. So this did not happen. Instead, white played the move castles, which is this new idea. Maxime Bachir-Lagrave has played this with white, by the way. Maxime has played this with white and had some success. I've also had some success in this opening. The idea is that if you now take on c3 like this, after d takes c3, knight takes c3, you have a big lead in development here as white. And it can get very dangerous for black. So instead, black tries to get his pieces out with castles, bishop d7, white still offering the pawn, and knight h6. Very standard. White takes, and now brings his knight in the game, saying, I don't care if you take my pawn, I will go rook here and come in. I don't care if you take this pawn, because I will take here, and you open up lines, and black still needs to complete development.
Knight
Tell me.
h6 is not played that often. Usually, black prefers to play knight g e7. And so after bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight d2, we are 92, pawn takes d3. This is a new game.
Yeah, I think, well, Lamy is thinking a lot now. So, yeah, we are in kind of new territory here.
Yeah.
We are in new territory. Um, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Um, I don't know. Uh, very, very messy position. Have no idea what's really going on there. So we'll keep an eye on it. All
Yes.
three results possible for sure. Um, let's go back to the Masters. Vincent did do exactly what we said, Natasha.
Hmm.
So he played bishop f3, knight c6, and he did take on c5. So this looks all pretty good.
So we said that black can take the pawn on c5 because of the trap knight take b5, and we have a problem with the knight on c6 and the bishop on c5.
Yep.
So what black can do? Maybe short castle or
Yeah, we looked at short castles. That's exactly the line we looked at, and then taking here. The move knight a5 immediately also makes sense here to me. Uh,
okay. So
yeah,
yeah, we want to go to c4. We want to go to c4. Yes.
exactly. So you want to go to c4, and queen a3 allowing knight c4 looks very. Unless there's knight takes b5 again. Does this exist? That looks very good actually for white. Because if queen b8, I can still go queen a4 here, right? And the point is that, oops, I have this, I have this, I have this.
Yeah, everything is pinned or under
Everything is
attack.
pinned. Yeah, exactly. And it looks very, very dangerous.
Mm.
Um, so queen a3 might be a move here, actually. But on bishop takes c5, b4, we reach craziness because to allow this now, knight takes b5. This is where chess becomes crazy. Queen b6, everything is hanging. Queen is hanging. Knight is hanging. Pawn is hanging. Everything is hanging. The rook is hanging. Uh, they are. It's their job to analyze, not us. We just comment. Um,
Yes, yes. It's why chess is beautiful, but it's also why we have headache with chess.
exactly. Exactly. Very,
So
very difficult. I
we'll
really
see.
don't know. Yeah, I
If they
really
go
don't know.
in this position, we will start to analyze the position. But it's very, very
Exactly.
interesting. Actually, it's not that simple for white or for black.
Correct.
Mm,
Um,
and so
so yeah,
maybe white, if black doesn't want to go in these crazy lines, maybe they can just move the rook instead of taking the pawn on c5. Is it possible just to play, for example, rook c8 or something like this instead of bishop takes c5?
in this position, rook c8.
Yeah,
So we allow this. You don't mind,
yeah, I don't mind.
okay? Uh, okay, but we have to go to c6. I think I will take all your pawns, Natasha. If you go here, I think I will do this, and then
Mm,
I'll take another pawn. And do you have compensation?
maybe not.
Maybe not, right?
Maybe it's not enough. Yes,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
feels difficult to me. Very, very tricky position. Very, very tough position. Well, it's on Wang Hao. He's going to have to work out what to do here. And for the first time, he's really, really thinking. So he has some problems to solve, it seems. Hari Krishna, actually, in this line, he didn't put the bishop on b7, surprisingly to me. He put the bishop on f5, Natasha. Also makes sense.
Yeah, he's threatening knight g3.
Yep. So the
If you
queen
want
moved out the way, and f6.
f6.
Natural move. Very, very natural move. Putting a
So
pawn on a dark square. Yeah, tell us.
yeah, he doesn't pay attention to the c7 pawn. It's
Exactly.
it's a lost pawn anyway, I think. So
Yep.
f6. Why f6? Okay, yeah, you put your pawn on dark squares, but what's the idea?
Well, the idea is that you put your pawns on dark squares. I think the main idea is to give the queen a retreat square to f7, actually. So, for example, if bishop takes c7, can black just go queen f7 and double attack here?
Yeah, that's right.
Looks interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very interesting.
Um, looks very, very interesting. So I think that, yeah, taking on c7 is not really an option. And to be honest, I think Harry Krishna will feel very happy here. The white pieces are lacking something. They don't have, I don't know how to call it, but there's not a,
Coordination, maybe? Is it the
no, I
word?
think the white pieces have, I think the white pieces have coordination.
Like
I
harmony or something like this? They don't play together right now?
Something like that. Yeah, I think they um there isn't a lot to bite on. There's not a lot to eat for these white pieces. This knight especially is being dominated by these pawns. Black can play queen f7, hitting this. Um, I just don't see any big problems for black. That's what I'm trying to say. I just don't see many problems here for black at all. Uh,
Yes, yes. Their PC's activity compensate the pawn structure, so mm, I think we lost Lawrence. Oh, it's
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the live coverage of this year's Prague Masters and Prague Challengers tournament, part of the Prague Chess Festival. Apologies for that, a small technical issue. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again. And normally, these things tend to happen on day one. Hopefully, that's been resolved. We've got all the games from the Masters and the Challengers still in progress. It's round one today. And if you didn't know, of course, I'm delighted to be here with women's superstar, French superstar in everything, not just in chess, the one and only Natasha Ben Mesbah. Natasha, uh, not too much has happened since we went for that break. Um, I will say that in the Hari Krishna game, Nguyen did take on c7, and Hari Krishna did, in fact, play queen f7, hitting the bishop and hitting the queen. Oh, sorry, hitting the bishop and the pawn.
And the pawn.
That really looks like a very, very equal position. This one here, I have to say. Not too much happening there. The Navarra Deac game, also a few trades, not very exciting. David playing against this pawn, but is it enough? We'll soon see. Not completely clear to me. And what else is going on? In the Shanklin game, Shanklin did play bishop g5, found a better space for this bishop, which makes a lot of sense because, and that's why actually around this point, I thought the move h6 was quite interesting to stop bishop g5. I think bishop g5 is a desirable move.
But,
still, yeah.
Aren't we happy with black if white want to trade pieces? No, sorry. White wants to trade pieces to play against the d5 pawn with heavy pieces with the rook and queen.
Yes, but the problem
because
is
after h6.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell me.
No, that was a question. What do you do after a move like h6 for black? Do you take on f6? Yes, you played bishop g5 for this reason.
Maybe, but maybe not. I don't know, because here there seems to be a lot of pressure here as well. I'm not sure white can actually move his pieces in a way so that you can put big pressure on this.
Oh, wait. On h6, the idea is to play rook take e8.
Yes.
You have to play queen takes and then bishop take f6.
Correct. That's the real idea. That's the main idea. Exactly. And this is, absolutely not a position you want as black, right? Basically.
No.
This is not a position you want as black. So, I think that in general, allowing bishop g5 was definitely something that white wanted. So I think bishop h5 maybe was slightly inaccurate. Let's see, though. There's a lot to discuss in this position. I mean, there's a lot going on. I don't think it's completely clear at all.
So black has to exchange rooks, I think.
Yeah, so you can exchange rooks and now go h6, for example.
Yeah.
Makes a lot
and usually when you play against the Isolani pawn, you want to keep rooks. You want to trade light, I don't know if you say that way, light pieces like knight and bishops, but you want to keep rooks on the board. No, you don't say light.
I mean, possibly. I think trading all pieces in general is okay, though, to be honest. I think trading all pieces is not a terrible idea. So we'll see. I don't really know, to be honest. So, okay, Uh, Certainly, in any case, very, very close position, very interesting position. The Martirosian game really is just heading for a draw. Lots of pieces have been traded. We saw bishop e2, knight f6, knight e5, bishop d7, knight c5, trade, now rook a8, rook fc1. There's going to be a trade on c5. Yep, there was. Rook c5, rook c5. Now you can't go rook c8 because of knight takes d7. Oops, that's
It's a
that's
pity.
enough. That's a pity. So what can you do here as black? A move like bishop e8, maybe to allow rook d2, but rook c7 is coming. So what does black want to do here?
Maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe bishop e8 and rook c7, as you said, rook d2.
Looks normal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
position is...
yes, if you play passive with black, white will take small age and try to improve their position. So you have to play active, I think, especially with the white, the bishop e8. Like, it's a bad bishop because the pawns e6, f7 are on white squares. So we need to be active with the rook and try to find a way to improve our black bishop. I think that's the idea of the position. To equalize,
Totally
to fully
agree.
equalize with
Yep.
black.
Yeah, I don't think Ray has got any big problems here, to be honest. So the most interesting game from the Masters event seems to be this Vincent Keimer game against Wang Hao. This looks like the one that, if there's going to be a real fight, it's going to be here. And Wang Hao does play knight a5, as we saw before. And I expect Vincent to play queen a3 here with a real mess. The point being that knight c4 can't be played easily because of knight takes b5, and white is actually winning. So will Vincent play this? Yes, he will, because he doesn't have many options. Queen c2 does exist. But it doesn't look as promising for white, I would say. Because now black can just take on c5 whenever he wants. Maybe you go rook c8 first. And now if b4, knight c4, the knight suddenly got active and none of these ideas exist. With the queen here on a3, these ideas do exist.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure about that one. So we're expecting queen a3. Now let's go to the challenges. Some really, I mean, the challenges always bring such fantastic, exciting chess, in my opinion. Almost all games are very interesting.
Yeah, let's see Vikuk against Peshak against Vikuk. So
yeah, we last saw it after 97, and Peshak played f4. Big surprise to play this move, in my opinion. Sure, he's protecting the pawn, but rook b5 was really a clear move. I guess he didn't like the idea of a6. I guess this was the point. And after a6, rook b4, can black play like this with knight takes e5? Possibly. Possibly. Queen h5, f5, and black is probably okay. And if you go for the classic bishop takes h7 and queen takes e5, once again, you need moves to come over to h5 and h4. And I feel as though you give black too much time. I don't know how. Doesn't feel like enough though. Maybe something like, it's difficult to say actually. Maybe you can just go f6. How bad is it? Queen h5 check, king g8, rook h4, but there's actually no mate. This is not mate. And if rook g4, e5, for example, I'm not feeling.
Maybe you don't need to give the bishop pair. You can just castle instead of taking on h7, and you have two strong bishops. The rook on b4 is coming to the right, to the white king, to the black king. The queen is ready to attack. Maybe it will be too strong.
Yeah, it's possible.
Play with. You will have a very strong attack with white. So
let's see. Well, it doesn't really matter because none of this happened. f4 rook d8 did happen though. Now you can go rook b5. The queen only has one square, a6. And if queen takes e2, but feels okay for black, this position to me. I don't know, knight b6 or something. Knight b6, knight d5. Knight b6, bishop d7. And there's no serious idea of taking here, so I'm not sure about this idea by Peshak to do this. Something doesn't feel, I don't know. It feels a bit strange.
Yes, I agree with you. And just instead of rook d8, can black play something else?
Like what?
Because rook d8, you take the square for your queen. Maybe you can do something else with black. I don't know.
Possibly. But what is the question, right? Not so easy, right? Not so easy at all.
Yeah, it's complicated.
It's complicated for sure. It's really, really complicated.
There is a very interesting idea with knight c5, maybe. And if rook b5, queen a4.
Knight c5.
Knight c5.
Rook b5, queen a4. What is this? You want to go here?
Yes. Why not?
Wow.
And if you take, rook takes.
Yeah, if I take, you're okay. Yeah. Wow.
And the endgame, I think, is okay for black.
Yeah.
Should be okay because of white pawns. Yeah, this you just hit. Bishop h7. No, you have queen.
Oh no, you can. There's a queen.
You cannot. Yeah.
I can. Yeah, and if here you have this in time, protecting the rook. Natasha's idea is that she wanted to take and then take here, but there's a queen. Very interesting. I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter so much because rook d8 was played.
Yeah.
So there's that. But okay, let's see.
Yeah, but now after rook b5, white seems to be okay.
Yeah. I think it's just still a very unclear, interesting position. Unclear and interesting is also the position between two more youngsters. Finnick, the youngest in the tournament, only 13 years old, playing against Akash. Typical position somehow. again, not a position which is completely clear to me what's going on. Feels as though black should be doing quite well, though, in general, I would say. But because white has got these pawns, but black has got this very weak pawn on e4. So again, it's not clear to me. Who do you prefer in this position, Natasha? White or black?
I would say if we can protect our e4 pawn, we have a very strong square for our knight on c5.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know. I always prefer black usually.
Yes.
I like to have fianchetto bishops, and I would say black, but I think it's not very objective.
Mm-hmm.
You prefer white, I think.
I think I prefer white slightly, somehow, yeah. I don't know why. I think it's this pawn. I think it's because I've played this position as black so many times, these King's Indian positions. I always seem to lose. So it's my basing the evaluation of this position on my experience is probably not a good idea. It's definitely not a good idea. Uh, yeah. However, uh, you know, um, something still tells me that white is better here.
Okay,
Definitely.
so we'll see what will happen next.
Mm-hmm.
We can make like bets.
Yeah, sure. Do you think white will win this position?
I think it will end with a draw.
Draw. Okay.
Yeah, draw.
Okay, I think that's fair. Do you think that? What do you think about this? This is a position we've not really looked at. This is the game between Bartel and Gledora, two experienced grandmasters. I mean, Benjamin is still very young, very, very young, but certainly very, very experienced by now. And against Bartel, who's been around for years and years. Very interesting position. How did we get here? We had a Queen's Gambit decline with knight bd7, bishop f4, and bishop b4. Okay, e3, and knight e4, just direct chess. And look at this, knight d2. Classic way of dealing with this. And the point is that you sacrifice a pawn, like the game. So white sacrifices a pawn. Bishop now protects c7, because if you go to b4, I can go c takes d5 and take. So bishop protects c7. And white just says, I don't care. I have plenty of development. Bishop d3. And now black plays e5. Very interesting counter idea. And I guess the real point is that d takes e5, d takes c4 is annoying.
Yeah.
I think.
Or maybe knight e5 first. I don't know.
Knight e5?
C5.
Knight c5.
Yeah, before taking on c4.
Very interesting also. Why not? Looks, yeah, and if here you actually have this, oops. You can just lose. No, knight c5 is a great. So that's why Bartel dropped the bishop back to g3, because he didn't want to allow knight c5. Makes a lot of sense.
And so now what do we do with black?
And now it's a good question. Now what do you do with black? I think if you advance, it doesn't feel right to, for example, allow bishop b1 and having to go c6. Though I don't see a way. Yeah.
Why not actually for black? We are pawn up.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe there is some bishop d6 or something like this, but
Bishop d6, bishop c7. And you just want to keep the bishop cutting that king off. That's
yes.
what you want, right? That's very clever, actually.
Oh, I can take on c7 and take on d5 also.
I can take on c7 and take on d5. Also, it makes a lot of sense. Correct.
Because the c pawn is pinned.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Makes total sense. So lots of possibilities. So e4 is not really something to be scared of because of this. So what can black play? He can take. What happens if he takes? Does white just want a castle here? Is it possible? Is this white's idea? And if d
We take on
takes
a3.
yeah, and some move like knight b3.
Oh.
And if you get really greedy with e takes f2, I'm going to be very happy because I'll take. If bishop b6, I have c5 winning. And if you play something like bishop b4, it feels like you won't survive here as black. Again,
Maybe you don't need
c5. Queen g4. Very dangerous.
We don't need with black to take all these pawns because we are pawn up, so we just need to keep our pawn up.
Okay,
and
so how
to
do you
put
want to
our
do it?
king in a safety place. Maybe we can take on d4 and then castle. We don't need to open the lines when our king is in the center. And just castle. Yeah.
So if knight b3, now you can take here. Now you can do this and go bishop b6.
Yeah. Wait, there's something.
Okay.
Because wait. Oh yes, sure. If I castle, maybe there is some queen h5. No, you have knight f6. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so castles, if queen h5, yeah, you always have knight f6.
Yeah, because I was thinking the a5 bishop is not protected, so maybe you can have some tactics somewhere.
Right.
But it doesn't work.
Yeah, somehow this isn't quite working, is it? Somehow. Isn't quite working. Okay. Very interesting, though. Very, very sharp position, which really, I think, can go. I think this is, absolutely a position which, has three results possible.
Yes, totally agree.
Very, very, very difficult one. We haven't looked at the game Stalmark against Pultnevicius. This one, very, very difficult to say as well. Looks like black is very active as well, but white is very well centralized. Rook ad 195. And looks okay for black to me. White would love to do something like takes, and then take here with the idea of this, but there's one problem that there's checkmate on the board. So you can't do that. So what can you do? What can
I
you do?
play f4 now, just to see in this position now? No, it's not possible.
f4 now.
No. Is it
Oof.
crazy?
No, it's not crazy. But
Yeah,
I
it is.
think,
It is. Bishop
is
takes
it?
Yes.
Yeah,
No.
and queen takes? And queen
Yeah,
e2.
it's
No,
crazy.
no, no,
No.
it's not.
Bishop on
No.
d5 is protecting the position.
Yeah. No, it's not crazy. It's not crazy. Yeah, difficult one. Don't know. Really, really not sure about this one. Really, really not sure. Um, all right. Well, this is actually on the board. So knight takes e5 is on the board. I'm pretty sure black will... Actually, can you take with the queen on e5 here? Is that a move? No, because now the bishop takes f7 idea works, right? Now this
Yes.
works.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to take with the bishop. And now you'll move f4. I think this is better for white. I think this is better for white, to be honest.
Okay.
Not easy, though, of course. Not easy. Um, really not easy. Lots going on. Yeah, I guess this is there anything here? Takes some. Ah, wait. Look, Natasha, can you do
Oh,
this?
wait. King takes. You have no
Yeah.
choice. And queen
Queen
g4.
g4.
Fork.
Yeah. And queen takes d7. Now, what is going on here? Because if you go queen takes c5, now,
Wow, wow, wow.
feels very shaky, like queen d3, hitting everything. This king doesn't feel safe. You know?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. White king is very weak, and maybe we can we play
I think you have to play rook c1.
rook c1? We cannot play like queen c8 and do some checks. No, it's not possible.
One check.
And then it's over.
It's over.
Check
I
for
think you
check.
have to play rook c1, but there's something about this position that I don't like. There's something about this position I just do not like here. But maybe it's holding by a miracle for white. I don't see this happening in the game. Actually, maybe I do actually. But maybe here white has to play another move. For example, can you play a move like knight e4, bishop g4,
Oh,
or bishop f3?
maybe we on queen g4 we don't play king h1
What do you want to do?
because the king on h1 is very far from the center after.
Yeah,
Maybe we can go to f2.
you want to go to
We stay in
f2.
the game. Because then when you take the rook, my king is on f2. My king is much stronger, maybe.
Wow.
Less weaker than in h1.
But you're
I
well,
don't
but
know.
you're more exposed to checks as well, right? I mean,
Maybe I don't take the pawn on c5.
oh, you don't want to take the pawn?
I
Okay.
can play maybe rook
Rook
d1
d1.
first. With the tempo on the queen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still not easy. Really not easy. I don't know. I don't know. Not easy. Not easy at all. I don't have a clear view of this.
Yeah, we'll see what will happen in the game.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Don't know. Don't know. Let's move on then. Let's move back to the Masters event, and we have had some moves in the Shankland against Gelfand game. So we last saw it after Bishop G5. There was Rook takes D1, Rook takes E1, H6, and the Bishop came back. Interesting. So he's gone Bishop G5 and Bishop E3, Queen D7, and now Sam decided to take on C6. A very committal decision, of course, because it allows Black to get rid of the isolated queen's pawn with B takes C6. And this is, well, it's interesting. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think we have to play knight e5 with white. Otherwise, there's no point of exchanging on c6.
Yeah, knight e5 does make a lot of sense here. And so knight c6, bc6, knight e5. Queen has to go somewhere. What if it goes to... Actually, the queen doesn't have an obvious square here, right? This must be his idea. This must be his idea. Where do you put the queen, Natasha, in this position here?
Maybe... Okay, I have to protect my c6 pawn. So I was thinking maybe somewhere like d6 or c7.
Mm-hmm.
But on d6, just the d5 pawn can be pinned. We have to see if there is no like c5
So knight c4.
On knight c4 threat.
I don't like d6.
Yeah, so maybe c7.
Feels exposed. C7?
Yeah. Right.
C7 also feels interesting there for sure. C7. Do you go bishop f4 now? Maybe? Put the queen under more pressure? Is it possible? I think it's certainly possible. I don't like Black's position now somehow. I don't like this. I think you need to find the right square for the queen, Natasha.
So maybe it's b7. I don't like. It's weird.
Yeah, I also don't like b7 here.
E6.
E6. I was thinking about e6. It looks really counterintuitive to put the queen opposite the rook, but actually, maybe it's not. Maybe it's okay here. Because let's say you take and take, you don't actually have a good discovered attack on the queen because the rook is undefended. So queen e6.
Queen e6.
And if you go bishop f4, there's no threat because the rook is undefended. Which is very interesting.
So
difficult one. Again, a lot. And look, we get none of that. Sam goes for the more classical approach with c4. He says, I just want to try and undermine your structure, which is very, very interesting. Although, is it any good? I guess is the question. Could be, could just be a pretty decent move. This could be a pretty decent move, this one.
With white, we are not afraid of bishop take h3, bishop takes and d4. The two bishops would be too strong.
No, I don't like this at all. So you're
No.
suggesting, bishop takes f3.
Yeah, I want to trade
takes
my...
f3 and d4.
Yes.
Like this. There's something about this I really dislike, Natasha, because you make your bishop bad, you open this diagonal up. I think positionally this is not what you want. Like, let's just say I go bishop d2 or something.
Okay, but if I have time to move to move my rook, play c5, I have a very strong passed pawn.
I mean,
can I play rook e8 maybe
rook
in this
E8.
position?
But I don't like it. I have to say I'm really not a fan of this at all. Somehow, I really don't like it, Natasha. Like, I don't know, even a trade and something like b4. You want to go c5? Yeah, you have c5 here. Sorry, you have c5. Feels like...
Yeah, it feels weird, but...
feels very strange to me. Feels very, very strange. I don't know. I didn't play that perfectly. Is this where I say, trust me? I don't like this move.
I only believe in chess positions and analysis.
I totally understand.
But it's true, like, first feeling is this move is a little bit weird. I agree.
Does, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you give your bishop pair just like this. And the other option I was thinking is maybe just to take on c4 or play bishop g6 and
take
then...
on c4 here?
Yeah. Yes.
Really? Interesting. Possibly, again, yeah, taking on c4. But are you really... do you really want to give yourself these long-term weaknesses here?
I like to play knight d5 after, and I give to my knight a very strong...
I mean, you can play like this, but there's something about this again that feels... I can't explain why. I just don't like it. I don't like giving myself all of these weaknesses. Do you know what I mean? But let's see. I mean, look, it's a very complex position. Gelfand has not done any of that. He's gone for something totally different. He's gone for the move rook e8. He's gone for the move rook e8. Very interesting. He's gone for the move rook e8. Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. But I think Boris has got everything under control in this game, basically. I don't believe that White has got anything. I also don't believe that White has got anything in the Dayak game, Navarra against Dayak. Look at this transition we just had. The knight came to e6, Natasha, and he took, and then f takes on e6. What do we think about that?
I think black are okay.
You think black's okay here?
Yes.
Yeah. Could very well be. Could very well be okay in this position here. I think black. It's still a little bit sensitive. This these pawns, but at the same time, you know. I don't.
Yeah.
I would still take white in this position, basically.
Okay, now with black, I think I can simplify the position. If it was black to play, maybe I could play rook takes c2 and then queen c3. I think this would be okay for black. It will be
so like
equal.
If white plays a move like h4, you want to go takes, queen c3, and if takes, rook c1, you want to put the bishop on e5, protecting this square.
Yes.
Yeah, I think black survives this, definitely. So what is the way for white to play here? Because you can do this all the time. Yeah, I think Dayak has just got no problems at all in this position. I think this is just totally equal. Martirosian did get the rook to c7. The bishop did end up on e8 and f3. The question is this any is this any pressure for white at all? That's the question. Is this any pressure? That's a question to you.
Can black just play rook c8 to trade rooks?
Yes. Rook c8. That is true. Yeah, I don't see this being a problem. Yeah. It's too little material, and black isn't weak enough yet. There's no tricks, right? No, I don't see any tricks. Yeah, I think this is going to end in a draw. I really see no other way here, apart from it being a draw.
Oh, look!
Wow! Look at the craziness in Kmar. We already had this position, I believe. Did we have this exact position?
Yeah. Wait.
We
said
right?
that bishop c5 was not good because of b4. It was what happened? Yeah.
Let's see.
Yes, is that right? He played queen e3.
He played queen a3. He did play queen a3. Bishop takes c5.
b4.
b4. Knight c4 and knight takes b5.
Wow.
Didn't we say that this was winning though for Vincent?
Yeah, we said it. Yeah, I think we said that it was good for white. But we said also that we will start calculate this position when it will be
after queen b6. I think this was the line. Oh no, sorry, queen b6. Yeah, sorry, and then
the
queen
hanging.
b6. And then we said queen a4, no?
Queen a4. I'm not sure it was this position.
Or
this one.
Wow, Wang Hao has just gone for the big mess. That's actually kind of that's kind of interesting, actually. That's actually very interesting.
Can we go back?
Yeah, okay. Where do you want to go back to?
Yeah, just after knight take b5, and just maybe take a few minutes.
Okay, let's understand. So the situation is this: we're attacking the queen, we're attacking the rook. He cannot take because we take check, and that's very clear. So black has to move the queen. The question is, where is the best square for the queen? That is the question. Where is the best square for the queen?
So your first intuition was to play queen b6.
My first intuition was to play queen b6. Yes.
Okay, let's have a look on queen b6.
Yeah, so queen b6. So, okay. Now we have to calculate something. So, my
My
first...
queen,
yeah.
the white queen is under attack.
Yeah, so my first thought was queen a4 was the clearest first move. That's what I thought anyways. Was to go queen a4. I don't know what you think about this. Now we're threatening here.
But is
So
it a real threat? Actually,
well, I
I
mean,
think
this
you
is
move
the
the
kind
knight.
of threat. Huh?
If I play, for example, rook b8, if you move the knight, it's just a discovery check, but...
Well, I've got this discovered check.
Queen, no, knight d6.
And then knight takes c4.
Oh,
And that
sorry.
is the end, yeah. So what if you just castle here?
Castle. The
So
rook is...
the rook is hanging, the bishop is hanging. What do we take? If you take the rook, and I take here, and you take here, what's going on here?
I take the pawn, I think.
Okay, so now I'm attacking your queen, but now I can like do something like this. And you can get positions like this, which are not immediately clear to me, but probably white is doing well somehow. I don't exactly know how, but somehow it does feel like white is doing well here.
But I don't want to exchange queens.
Okay. So how do we avoid all of this? So queen a4.
Maybe I don't have to trade on b4. I can just... I cannot... After... In your variation at the end, when you played queen b4...
So how do we do this? Show me.
No, you said short castle.
So short castle, yeah.
And this was your variation, take on a8.
Yeah, okay, hold on one second.
The one where just pawn takes b5, pawn takes c5, queen takes c5, queen b4. And I was thinking that maybe I can just...
Move the queen? But we're a whole rook down, right?
Yeah, but maybe my discovery check, maybe... No, maybe queen c7, something like this.
Queen c7.
To keep the threat on the c file.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
I understand.
And if I can later take the bishop on a8, and I still have the attack on your king.
Oh, man, this is a tough one, huh?
Yes, very tough.
This is so tough, this position, really. I'm struggling with this one a lot, unfortunately. I'm really struggling with this one. I actually just don't know. The problem is I just don't know. And also there is an idea I've just been thinking, can I give the knight first, like this? Is this an idea? And then give the check? Is this possible?
King e7.
King e7, and I take. Now I'm threatening your knight, and you can't take because of bishop e4.
Oh. I should take on d2.
And now the question is, can I play some intermezzo genius move like this? The answer probably is yes.
Maybe I can take on c5 and rook d8. No, it should be...
No, I don't think it's enough.
No.
King e2.
Yeah, and I have no check. No,
Yeah.
I have queen
One
h5,
check.
but
F3.
just one check.
Maybe that's an idea that you actually give the knight here like this. Is it possible? Certainly
Okay,
possible.
I think I mistake the knight.
And queen a4. And you don't have many moves here, right? Queen d7, bishop c6.
I have knight d7 is
Knight d7 you have,
playable.
but now I have like, it feels like I have options here somehow. Like, I don't know. I don't know exactly. bc5, castles, bishop a8. Okay, let's say I take. Let's say
Bishop
I
take.
take. Yeah.
Can I
Bishop
take on
takes
e3?
bishop e3.
Bishop
But maybe
e3.
and if yeah, but I can take. But I can take. And if you go knight b6 check, I have queen c6.
Mm.
This is very cute. This is very, very cute. This is very, very cute. Very, very messy. Now, let's just click on the game. So Wang Hao is deep in the tank. Wang Hao is under 30 minutes. They've got to reach move 40, right? They've got to reach move 40.
Yes.
So, of course, this is going to be a tricky game for Wang Hao. This is going to be, there's a lot to calculate here, a lot. And we have a move. We have a move. Wait, queen c8. So it's the square.
I think
almost,
it's the same, no? We can play knight c7.
Is there a difference now? That's the question. So is there a difference between this queen being here or not? So this is where actually.
Oh yeah, I understand. Because
no, we can
knight
still.
c7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when the queen was on b6, when you take on a8, you're attacking the queen on b6.
Mm-hmm.
With knight c7 check.
Mm-hmm. But this is
if we don't take on c7.
Right. But this is, but yeah, but he's going to take on. I think you have to take on c7. You can't not take this knight.
Can I move my king?
Really?
Or maybe on f8, I don't know.
Wow, this is so crazy. But you're kind of right. Queen c3. This is such a crazy position, Natasha. I have no idea how to work with this position actually.
Like it's pure calculations.
It's just pure calculation. You're right. Incredible.
Yeah. And to play 20 moves in this kind of position, won't be so easy for Wang Hao. Like he's walking on eggs.
He is walking on eggs, exactly. Yeah, I think this is going to be the decisive game in the Masters today, this one here. I think win against Hari Krishna is pretty equal, opposite color bishops, very, very difficult to make something happen, of course, in this position. Very, very difficult to make something happen in such a position, I feel. And I don't even feel like, it feels as though Win is not being that ambitious, if you know what I mean. Doesn't feel like he's being ambitious at all here.
Who are you talking about?
The white plane Win. I don't think he's trying to, I think he wants to just play for two results. I think he's just either going to win this position or not, basically.
Oh, I was thinking that black was a little bit like black pieces are much active. I like the knight on e4, and the white knight has no good square right now. So I was thinking that black was more playing for the two results. than the other one, than white.
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer to play this position with black, I think.
Interesting. I would take white here all day, just so you know.
It's
So that's very,
it's
very
so fun.
interesting. Okay, he played c4, but now you give a square for the knight. The pawn is a bit weak.
Yeah,
Really?
but you have the d3 square now for your pieces. You can play maybe rook c8, knight c7, knight d3.
Really? Really?
Okay, it will certainly end a draw with a draw, but
Yeah, it's still likely to
not
be a
an
draw.
not an easy draw
Not
for
an
none
easy
of
draw.
them.
No. By the way, in the Navarre game, they played exactly as you said with Queen c3. Exactly as you said.
Okay, so it will be a draw, very quick draw, I
Probably a
think.
draw here. And
Yeah.
what about this one, Shankland? We have an ending which can get interesting.
Oh,
This can get interesting here for sure.
it's white to play.
Yeah,
I think white should play queen d4. No.
Queen d4 looks very natural, but actually Sam has done well here, no, to get these
Oh,
two
knight
weaknesses.
c2 is okay too. Yeah, but the d5 pawn is not only a weakness. It can be very strong. It can be a strength for black because it's a passed pawn, actually. I'm not sure I would call the d5 pawn as a weaknesses,
Really,
as a weakness.
I still see it as a weakness. That's interesting. I still see this as a weakness. Um,
It can be both. Let's see how they manage
yeah,
to deal with it.
very interesting. Very, very interesting. Um, I don't know. This one, I really don't know. I feel like white should be better though. I have that feeling. I don't feel like this. I don't feel like this pawn is objectively uh, some kind of strength, to be honest. But let's see. Let's see what Gelfand does, because again, he's a master of defending these positions. Maybe after Queen d4, he's going to go Queen f5. Is that possible? To try and do something like this? So this might just be a mistake because of some Queen b1, and black is very active. This looks very dangerous. Maybe you're right, Natasha. Maybe black is just too active here. This knight is just too bad. Possible. Um, there was an exchange of rooks in the Martirosian game. Again, not enough material for this to be a serious try for Martirosian, in my opinion. I think Ray Robson makes an easy draw still here.
Okay.
I think Ledura has done well as black in the challenges. He did go e4, and bishop e2 was the decision. Knight b6, castles. Then there was a trade and a trade. And in fact, we have this position now. Actually, black is a pawn up. And I guess the idea is to go bishop b3, force c6, creating some more dark square weaknesses. And white is basically saying that this position is that this position is not that much worse for him, because it's very difficult to make something happen here as black. And also there are a number of chances that this ends in an opposite color bishop position.
Yes. Yeah, white had the bishop pair. I always talk about bishop pair, but it's very, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the bishop on b3, like on the a2 g8 diagonal, making pressure of the f7 pawn. We can try to open the line with white with moves like f3 and active the rook. And I think, yeah, the bishop pair compensate the pawn. There is enough compensation for the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
even if we have this opposite color bishop, we still have queens on the field, on the board. And
Mm-hmm.
so white can still have ideas to attack with the rook on c5 and try to go to the king side and
Yeah.
play on black squares. So it's
Yes.
very interesting. It will be very interesting to watch this game.
Yes. Totally agree. Totally agree. Um, okay, so
We had
yes.
a Peshak game, I remember. It was very interesting. Maybe we
Yeah,
could have a look.
The Peshap game has suddenly gone into an ending. So I think Jan Vikok has done incredibly well here to get this position. Incredibly well to get here. Just seriously well. And yeah, I think that I don't know what Pechak did, but I don't like any of it because he allowed these trades. Now black just must be fine. Look at this position now for black. I mean, it just has to be fine, and we reach an ending where, in fact, this double rook ending, only black can be better here. No.
Yes. There's too many weaknesses in white camp. A3, C3. Okay, now they trade the E5 pawn, so okay, we can say F4, but it's not such a big weakness. And white will try to make pressure on the doubled pawns, B6 and B7. I think black is slightly better, but
Definitely.
white has good drawing chances.
White has good drawing. Yeah, I think white will make a draw. I think Peshak, he's the experienced grandmaster. He's playing a young guy. I think there's almost no chance that black wins this position, but I would take black here,
Yeah, me
100%.
for the first time, I agree with you. I would take black too.
Yeah.
But the opening was very, very interesting. And I think that
Hmm.
Peshak maybe missed something with white, actually. If you remember, it was, if I'm
You
not
mean
wrong, like the
yes?
opening, like the beginning of the.
Yeah. He might have missed something, but good result for the young player here. The Motolev against Lamy game is still a complete mess, though. Look at this. Uh, wow, what's going on here? Black's still yet to get the king safe. There's a little threat here. I guess this is the most natural move. Oh, and look at this, Natasha. If queen b4, you've got the move rook c2. Here's a little, here's a little trivia for the people at home. Why can't black take twice on d4? Here's a question for you. Why can't black take twice on d4?
It's a question for me or for the public?
Well, it can be for you.
I
It
have
can.
I have an idea.
Okay, what's your idea?
My idea is if you take twice on d4, I can play rook c8. You see,
Good.
like the queen on d4 is not protected by any pieces, so I play rook c8, check. And if bishop takes c8, I have the discovery check, bishop
Beautiful.
b5, and the queen is dead. Like
Fantastic.
like queen is.
Yeah, so you can actually go rook c2 here. And now maybe a3 is a threat to win the piece. The bishop can't be protected. So if you castle a3, oops, and you win the piece. So black has to take on d4. And after knight takes d4, I would take white here. I would just take white. I really, really would. I, I just like white here. Um, I really, really do.
Is it possible to play bishop a4 for black?
Bishop a4.
No, it's
But it looks possible. Why not? Bishop b5 check again, Natasha. Distracting the bishop and now checking you win this. And it's very, very difficult.
yes.
This looks very, very tough as well. Um,
So so after knight b3,
yeah, I
what
don't
should
know.
play?
I think it's just I think it's just a really, really tough position for black. Owen is experienced though in these kinds of positions, I would say. Like he is experienced.
Mm. And is it possible after knight queen b4, knight rook c2 to play something like bishop a4? Is it okay?
Hmm.
No, no, it's
You still have
completely
a3. You still
still
have
the
this
same
idea of
threat.
a3. Yeah, this is still
It's very strong.
very, very strong. Very, very strong. Um, very interesting stuff. Think Lamy is in for some difficulty, and I still think that Akash. I was talking about this position as being, uh, you know, um, potentially tricky for black. It still looks tricky to my eyes. I think white's pieces are just a little bit better coordinated, and but so many pieces on the board, so much can happen. What about this Richard Stelmach position? Because this one did look like we have something very similar to what we were looking at.
Oh, I think this is it's
Very
exactly
similar. Hmm.
what we calculate.
Yeah,
No?
almost identical. Almost identical. Uh, and I have to say, I really like what White has done. He's playing the stronger player, but this looks like an
Mm.
opportunity for an upset to my eyes. Um, I mean, maybe things aren't that bad for black, but what are you supposed to do with black in this position? Like, what is the main idea? You
Yeah,
can't
this
move the
move.
queen. Yeah, tell me.
Mhm. No, I was saying like this move, rook b8, is very annoying for black because if you move the rook, you can be checkmate in g8.
Exactly.
If you want to go, for example, rook f8 to checkmate, you just exchange rook and then you have the fork on f6.
So that wins.
So maybe you should. You said
Maybe
I cannot move
G5.
g5.
Is that the idea for black? Maybe
Like
that's the idea.
you go for counterplay
Yeah,
immediately.
because I really don't see another move here for black. I don't see another idea.
Yeah, you're right. The king on f2 is a little bit exposed. It's better than h1, but it's still exposed. So you have to
It's
go for
very exposed.
counterplay immediately.
I agree.
So what would we do with white?
Well, I mean, this is where again chess just gets incredibly
Magical.
difficult. Well, incredibly difficult, right?
Maybe
Um,
it's like on moves like queen c2, maybe black can play queen f5.
Queen c2. Yeah, Queen c2, Queen f5. Exactly, blocking the checks. And what's going on here?
Mm.
Very, very tough. Very, very tough. I would take black here now, actually. This is the move. This is a huge move.
G5.
Yeah, this is just a huge move.
So how white should react after this move?
That's a great question. And the answer, I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer to it. I really don't know.
Okay, the point is like G6, G5, open the diagonal B1, H7.
Yeah.
Like the king, black king seems to be a little bit weaker now after this move. Can we take advantage with this? With white?
Yeah, but I don't see how. I really don't see how.
Okay, so okay, let's see if
I don't. I
finds-
don't. Yeah, I mean, black might just find this. Maybe this has been Portnavicius's his whole plan has been to play this G5 move, and Stalmack, the young Stalmack, was going to have to find some really big moves here. I actually think, Natasha, this is probably a good time for a break, as we're getting close to move 40, just for a few minutes. And we will come back before the time control. There's still, most players have 25 minutes, 20 minutes or so, but we're around the 25 move mark or 30 move mark in most of the games. So let's take a break, come back, and then we'll see how things are looking as we approach move 40. This is round one, of course, of this year's Prague Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
15 seconds.
Okay.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is live coverage of the Prague Chess Festival 2023, the Masters and Challengers. We are a decent way through the first round. And it looks like in the Masters, at least, it's going to be a slight disappointment for all the people that love a bit of blood and action. Looks as though all games might be heading for a draw in round one. We have had a draw officially between Navarra and Deac in their game. No surprise there. The game between Martirosyan and Robson also looks very, very dead to me. I don't see any realistic chance unless Ray Robson gets too short on time for some accident to happen there. Shanklin against Gelfand as well. We've understood that basically Black is just too active. He's got these two weaknesses, but White can't target them. So I think that is really most likely going to be a draw. And perhaps most disappointingly, Natasha, this game between Kmart and Rank Hao, which had so many chances to be crazy, but it looks like we didn't get it because in this position here, after knight takes d2, Vincent didn't take the rook on a8.
Yeah,
You know,
he could have
he
have
could have.
he could have been with an exchange up, but maybe there is some counterplay for Black after. So we take the pawn, queen takes c5 check.
Yeah, king takes d2.
I think we already had this position earlier in our analysis, but we were thinking at rook d8 check, but maybe we can just take the bishop on a8. And then we are threatening to play queen d5 check with attacking the king and the pawn on g2. I think it could be very interesting. So
So
first we take the bishop, and then the white king is very weak. But is it enough for Black?
um,
What would you
yeah,
play with white?
it's a
Maybe
really
king
good question.
e2?
Yeah, I thought king e2.
Yeah, just try to hide.
Yeah, and I really don't see how. I don't see where Black's quite. Maybe knight d5 is the move. Maybe this is it. Knight d5. Maybe this is the point. And
Yeah. Yeah, we're threatening knight c3. Knight c3 is very strong.
yeah,
Knight c3 and queen takes c3.
exactly.
And
Looks
if we
very
protect the
strong.
pawn on
We
e3,
protect the
like,
pawn. You can give a check. You can take, and now Black is probably just fine, right? Material
yes,
is
yeah.
equal.
Mm.
Looks totally, totally fine.
Black is back.
Yeah, agreed. Um, so that's why, in the end, Vincent decided to take on d2 with the king. But now, after this, he really has no advantage. Rook a d8, check, king e2, queen takes c5. And here, after queen takes c5, rook takes d1, rook c1,
Rook c1.
queen b5 check. And he gets rid of the queens. And we have this position. The dust has settled. Maybe white is ever so slightly better, but I really don't think it's going to be anything major. Like b4, knight d5. Even positions like this are never better for white, really. Or maybe they're slightly better. Maybe you can still try and win this position as white. Maybe I'm being uh, too blasé. Is that a French word?
Blasé?
Yeah.
I
We,
thought it was like English impression, but yes, it is. It's a French word.
it is a French word, right? You know, when you just
It's a
don't
pro-
play, you're just indifferent. No, that's what it means. No, or
Yes, when how to explain like nothing gives you pleasure anymore. Like you're just like blasé.
Yeah, exactly. So it
You
looks a
must
bit,
feel it.
yeah, it looks a bit blasé, this position. Um,
But Wang Gao did great because he was lacking of time, and in a very complicated position, and
yeah,
so now he managed to equalize with black.
yeah,
So it's
exactly.
good for him.
It is. It's really good for him. Um, Congratulations to Wang Hao because it was looking very difficult. And in this position here, between win against Hari Krishna again, looks like again we have sort of um, yeah, we have this position here where there are opposite colored bishops. White is very active. This pawn is a target, but how do you make progress? It wouldn't surprise me if we saw this actually, Natasha. Just some repetition like this would not surprise me at all.
Yeah. Yes, the c4 pawn is weak, but black pieces are very active. So I don't know. I think it's equal, but I prefer, if I should play it position, I would like to play it with black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so not much going on there. And going over to the challengers, Bartel against Gladura. Well,
Oh,
we have a position which we kind of expected to happen, which was opposite color bishops. I feel like Bartel will make a draw here, though, with the opposite color bishops. Feels as though he's going to make a draw. Um, it does feel like he'll make a draw here. Yeah, a5. And now, maybe it's not so easy though, right? Because this pawn is very fast. Maybe this is not easy at all. Maybe this is not easy at all.
yes, and the bishop e6 control the a2 square, so we cannot block the pawn with white so easily.
Exactly.
So
Precisely. Yeah, no, you definitely take black here, and I think there's trouble. By the way, Pulta Vinicius did not play g5. I thought that was his idea, but he did not play the move g5 here.
they're repeating the position actually.
Oh, they are? Rook E8. Oh, you're right. Rook E8, Queen E7, Rook E8, Queen. You're right. We might actually. That's three, I think, already.
It wasn't just because he played a8, b8, d8. It's not exactly the same. He can still play g5
Yeah,
at any moment. But
yes, but I think they've had enough. I think that one. I think they're just ready to sign the
to
score sheets. Well,
ensure it's
and Peshak was a draw, by the way. Peshak was a draw.
okay. Okay.
Um,
No.
and so
And Motilev against Lamy.
and Motilev against Lamy. Maybe this is the only game which has got really decent, sort of decisive chances to be a winner or something.
So what happened? We were bishop c3. He played knight b3.
Yeah, so it went bishop c3. Knight b3 was what we looked at. Hold on. Knight b3, and he went queen b6. Also makes a lot of sense. Also makes a lot of sense. Um, so queen b6, knight f3, knight c6. Okay, queen c1 makes a lot of sense because you're hitting the bishop and the pawn, and d4. So the question now is, do you take on h6 or not, and why? That's my first instinct, is to take on h6 here, but
Maybe on queen take h6, I can play knight b4, threatening the bishop and the
yes.
pawn.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point. And you're ready to push.
yes.
Huge. Absolutely huge. Yes, I totally agree. This is
I
a bit
have an
unpleasant.
idea.
Yeah, tell me.
I don't know if it works. Can I play something like rook c2, rook takes c3, and play on dark squares with my knights? Is it an idea or not? To sacrifice the rook and to get rid
So
of
hold
the
on. So
black
rook
bishop?
c,
Rook c2 with the idea to take
oops, rook
and
c2,
try
rook
to
takes
play on
c2.
dark squares. I don't know. It's just.
It doesn't feel like enough to me. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't like it somehow. Like 95. Uh, maybe you've got some compensation, but that's it. And he did take the pawn, Natasha. He did take the pawn, which,
Okay.
this is the natural move, to just take this pawn on h6. So after knight b4, what is his idea? Because this is the question I'm asking myself. I'm find an
Um,
idea here.
maybe I can play queen g7 first or something like this. No.
Which one? Sorry.
Can I play queen g7 or queen
Well, knight
f6
b4 is on the board, so we're going to see it. So queen g7,
or
rook
queen f6?
f8. Okay. And what's your
Um,
follow-up here?
I can. Can I take on h7 now?
So you take on h7 with the bishop, I guess.
Maybe you push, just you play d3.
d3. Wow, what a complicated position. This one is really, really difficult. This one is really, really difficult.
Maybe rook e4. Is it possible? Bishop c6, I think.
It's also
This
saying
one.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, I just Lamy could win this game for sure. Lamy could just win this game. This is not an easy game to navigate with 18 minutes left for 20 moves. No, thank you. I think we'll let them try and do that one. Have we had any more results? No. But let's see. I think Hari Krishna holding here. Kmart 95 just played. Yeah, this is a clever move because you can't take because of knight c3 check and you lose. And if you take on d5, I think even this is a draw. Sorry, rook takes d5. And now you could get something. Oh, rook, you have rook takes h2 here, sorry. Yeah, this is you can't, no, this is knight d5 is really deading this position, I think. I just don't see a way. Also, I don't see a way for Sam objectively now. I think this is sufficient for Boris. Also, Ray has only 4 moves to make.
Oh, it's, yeah, to be a
What is
draw.
king active? Yeah, that should be a draw. So it really is looking like a draw day in the Masters. In the Bartel game, he played an interesting move. He played e4 here, Natasha. E4.
Okay.
Very interesting. The point being that if f takes e4, you can take. Now you have to take with the king. I think if you take with the bishop,
Yeah, there is d7 maybe.
but maybe it's nothing. Rook b8, rook d8.
Rook b8.
Oh, excuse me. I have to go bishop e6 here. Sorry, bishop e6. Rook
Rook
b7,
b7.
rook d8. Yeah, and now I win the pawn and
No, so it's not d7.
no.
Maybe
So if
rook
it's not
b7
this,
first. No.
yeah, but there's no real threat because now I just go.
Now I push.
Can I do the same thing?
And maybe I can play. I'm not sure it's enough.
Yeah, not an easy one here, is it? At all.
Ah, yeah, rook a7 to deviate the rook from the d8 square.
Rook a7, huh?
Yes. If rook takes, I can promote my pawn.
a7. Ah, yeah, you're going to make a draw. You're going to take, and then you're going to take here, right? And probably make
And
a
I
draw.
take.
Yeah, this is almost certainly a draw. This position here. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think this is most certainly going to be a draw, probably.
So I guess
Yeah.
the game that we should follow is Motilev against Lamy.
Yeah, that looks like the game. Actually, you're right. We'll come back to that because we still need to move. This game also still has got some life to it. Don't get me wrong. This is still an interesting position between the big um, favorite here, Akash, against the youngster Finek. Finek just played e3, makes a lot of sense. 13 years old playing like this is very impressive. And look at this, by the way, Stalmack has not gone for the draw. What? Oh, Stalmack has gone for king g3. Wow. Wow. Stalmack has gone for king g3.
Yeah. Okay. So
That is interesting. I wonder what's going on there. Stalmack has gone for king g3. So the point is, if you take, I guess we just take. And yeah.
So now the black queen should keep protecting the pawn, the square on f6.
Yeah, this looks dangerous though for black. No, now.
Yes.
So I'm not sure you want to take. If you don't take, what other moves do you have? What about g5 again? But now the queen comes to d3 and there's no blocking this diagonal. Now this is a very clever move. This is a very, very clever move by Richard Stalmack against Paul Vinicius. Very clever move. I like this move a lot. Now Paul Vinicius needs to find some really accurate moves, which don't look at all easy to me.
Okay.
So yeah, tell me.
No, I was thinking, does white is threatening something?
Um, if white is threatening something. Well, I don't know exactly, but it's also the question is what is black supposed to do? It's not really if white is. I don't see a clear threat for white, but black needs to find a move. Maybe the threat for white. What about this as an idea, Natasha? Is to run the H pawn up the board.
Mm.
So like I put my queen on d3 and I go h4, h5. And that's difficult because every time I go h4, you can't easily reply h5 because of knight g5.
Yeah, you're right. So, you're right.
And this is again, it's a position that a computer might play easily, but it's a position that a human just really, really struggles to play here. Really, really struggles.
Yeah, queen and knight are very strong when they play together.
Exactly.
They're a very good couple.
Exactly. Very tough position. Really think this is a clever decision by White to keep the game alive. He could have gone for the draw, but he decided not to, and I think that was very clever. We have a move in the Motilev game. He played the move after knight b4. He played knight g5. What is going on?
He wants to play knight take f7?
This is crazy.
No,
So
it's
knight
not.
takes d3, knight takes f7. He does want this.
Does it work?
Yes,
It
because if
works.
king takes, it's a draw. Queen f6,
King
king
g8.
g8, queen g5,
Queen
and just
That's
draw.
true. Yeah.
And this is just, and this you could even risk losing. So you have to go
No,
for that
no.
draw.
You
No?
play, if king e7, you play queen takes h7, and you have a fork
Oh,
with a knight on d3.
that is very nice. That is very nice. So you can't do that. So knight takes d3, knight takes f7. So if you go rook f8, now you run into knight d6 check, and you lose. And you can
Oh,
lose.
queen g5, queen g5.
Oh, queen
I
g5.
think.
Sorry, excuse me. That's mate. Well done. Yeah, I'm missing everything.
No,
No, I'm missing everything. You're right. So actually, this leads to, no. That means we're probably going to get draws. 10 draws. It's very possible. It's the most likely result now. Yeah, if Lamy takes on d3, which it looks like he has to. I mean, what else can you do here as black? There is no other move. Yeah, you have to take. So that's going to end in a forced draw. Maybe the
What
stalemate
about
game.
rook
Yeah.
f8, maybe? Is it
Knight
possible?
takes h7.
No, knight take h7, knight
Yeah.
f6, and it's
Yeah.
completely
Yeah.
lost. Okay,
Completely losing now.
so our last hope.
Crazy. I mean, this game still, Gladura might try and press this game forever. I don't think he will, but it's not completely ridiculous. There's still some hope here. Interestingly, we've not had any more draws agreed on in the main event yet, so that's interesting. That's very interesting. Uh, yeah, so, okay, so what else is going on?
Maybe we can have a look on.
Win against Hari Krishna is still in the realms of equality, I would say.
Yeah.
I still prefer white, but only by a tiny amount, like really a tiny amount. So this is also not that great. difficult to find a really, really. This game still could go anyway. And actually, Queen B6 was
It
played
took.
by Paul Vinicius. This was a clever move, actually, by Paul Vinicius. His idea is he's covering F6, and I think sometimes he wants to go C4 to attack this pawn. He can also, let's say Black plays, White plays some move like this. He can also play this move now, stopping Knight F6 again, and counter-attacking around the back. Can Black win this position? Or is
No,
that too crazy to think?
I think it's too crazy to think that Black can win this position because the queen is, how to say, has to protect the FC square.
Mhm.
So she's not free of her movements.
Mhm.
She cannot go everywhere. So
True.
I think we
True.
cannot make much progress with White, and it's the same
Mhm.
for Black. It's like a statu quo, I think.
Mhm.
Maybe White can try to play H4, H5, but
Yeah,
we just
I thought so. Let's say he goes H4 here, C4,
okay. Maybe King F3 first,
King
or King
F3.
F3 now.
Now Black needs a good move, huh?
C3.
Because I can't
I
go
think.
Queen C3.
Oh no, Knight
I
X,
can
just
take.
Knight X.
Yeah, the pin exists. So this is where again Queen B1, Knight F6 would be made. So Black needs a really good move here.
Maybe King H8 is possible or not?
Now I can take here.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm really happy. Okay, so actually you're right. Maybe I'm just misassessing this position. That actually uh, it's not at all easy to win this position. Not at all. Um, And King F3 was played. King F3 was played. And now Black needs to find Queen A6. Natasha, this is the move. Queen
Is it
A6,
the
this is the
only?
key move. I think so. Because look, you come
Oh,
round, and if you can distract the knight, I think you're okay. And look at this. If F5, hold on, Queen F1, Knight F2. The knight does an amazing job of blocking all the checking squares.
maybe
But
I can just take on F5.
yeah, and play this position. And if you take on C5, woof, now I'm happy again as white.
You will press.
Yeah,
You will press me.
now I'm happy again as white, to be honest.
Okay.
Um, Now I'm happy again. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? Really difficult. No simple positions this round at all. None.
No.
No simple positions at all this round. Interesting. Not a single simple position here. Very, very interesting.
White, Black has no choice. They have to go to this variation, no? I don't see
I
any side moves for Black
um
after F5.
yeah. Yeah, no, I think Black, and he does play Queen A6. He does play Queen A6. Very interesting. Okay, so Queen A6 has been played. Very, very interesting. And F5 is on the board, so I do think we'll get the check. I do think we'll get this check. But after Knight F2, can you do something like this? Check Knight F2, and can you come back now? Is this ridiculous? Maybe this isn't a ridiculous idea. Maybe this isn't ridiculous. Maybe, I don't know.
I think it's very interesting.
It's interesting, huh?
Yeah, it's a very good idea.
Because the minor piece endings are going to be, you know, more likely drawn than not. Very, very tough one.
Can you
Very,
play
very,
something
very
like e4 in this position for
Ooh, I
white?
don't like it. I don't like it. You give away some dark squares. I really don't like it.
Yeah, and you can play queen f6. You want to exchange queens. So.
Yeah. I really don't like it.
Yeah, so white maybe has to play knight e4, and then you can repeat the position.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely.
Oh, wait, games. We have moves.
We have some moves.
Moves. Yeah, we have some moves.
Okay, we do. He did take and played king h8. I still think this is fine also. I still think this is reasonable as well, to be honest. I think this is absolutely reasonable as well.
Because if we take on c5, a2 pawn is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
it's okay.
And yeah, he takes on c5 and takes on a2, and again, looks like we're going to get some kind of a draw here. Incredibly. All right. Yeah, looks dead equal here. Is there anything that's giving us life here? I don't see a position with a huge amount of life. That's the problem.
Oh, look, Motilev against Lamy. It is what we said. Knight g4, then
Yeah, and
the
we're
draw.
getting the exact draw here. We're getting the exact draw. You're right. We're getting the exact draw. So that will end in a draw. That's a draw. Peshak is a draw. This one still has got a lot of life.
Mm.
This one still has got a lot of life. Um, yeah, again, a difficult one with all these pieces on the board. It feels kind of level, and again, the analysis bar is basically saying the same thing. But
I think I was wondering if with black we want to play knight c5 and try to exchange the knight for the bishop.
well, I don't
And
think the bishop's
after we
ever going to take, right?
You don't think? Because I'd like to
You,
go to d3 if I
d3.
can after.
I think White wants to go here and put the knight on f4. I think that's his big idea,
Okay.
to be honest. I think that's the big idea here. And yeah, yeah, so 92, and again, I still take white because I think this bishop on d4 is a nice piece, and I think black still needs to solve some minor questions, but I'm not too bothered by this position. In the Bartel-Glodura game, it looks as though Bartel has got sufficient counterplay. He's going to be most likely winning this pawn, or trying to get, there are even some endings here like this, where this should just be a draw. Because the bishop controls the diagonal, and this is just clearly a draw. something like this is just a draw with the split pawns and the bishop and the king.
Yes. Yeah, the king and the bishop can stop the pawns.
Exactly.
Can prevent them from going to queen.
Exactly.
Promotion.
Exactly.
So
yeah, this looks, well, nothing special. And what else?
let's see the other boards.
Yeah,
let's keep
see the other.
switching.
Let's just keep on going. Yeah, Black has done well to get his queen behind in this Vinicius game. The Motilev game we already saw as a draw. In the Masters, Vincent, yeah, he's not really going to try too hard here. Rook takes h2 for Wang Hao looks like a good move.
Okay, rook takes d5. Oh no, you cannot play rook. So king f3, I guess.
Yeah, king f3.
King d6. Maybe not.
Yeah, king f3. I think you can go king d6, but then he takes. So what is the correct move here? It's a good question. Not sure. Still feels with the reduced material that you know that Black should make a draw here. Definitely. It's not particularly exciting to analyze either, I have to say. Neither is this position between Shankland and Gelfand. Again, don't feel like Shankland has got even close to enough material to hurt Boris. And this one, I think, is just, again, it's been a stone draw for a long time now.
So
I think this is absolutely possible.
maybe you should go back to the challengers and see and watch Finnick against Akash. I think it's the most interesting game right now.
Okay, let's go there. Yeah, this is still kind of interesting, right? Still a lot of pieces on the board. 3 minutes left for Akash. Finnick has 13 minutes, which is obviously very, very interesting.
Yeah, and still 14 moves to play.
Yes.
So finally, he didn't went for your idea, knight e2 and knight f4. He plays queen. He played queen e2 instead.
Yeah, he played queen e2, which is unusual, isn't it? Queen e2. This is kind of unusual. Very, very unusual, actually. I don't know why he didn't like putting the knight on f4. Queen e2 is. I don't really get it, to be brutally honest.
Maybe on knight e2, after knight e2, maybe Black can play g5.
Yeah, I was thinking about g5.
I was thinking that maybe White can just
move the bishop.
Yeah, but now maybe you have knight c5.
Knight d4 or queen c3 first. Sorry.
Oh yeah, queen c3.
Very dangerous. Yeah, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Um, don't know.
Yeah, d4 square seems to be a good square for the knight too.
Yeah, yeah, does.
So
So yeah, so I mean, still black was some, but I didn't like Queen E2 and A5. And now the question is, Finnick, the youngest player in the whole tournament, now he goes to B2. So he goes Queen E2 and then Queen B2. So he's clearly saying, I'm not exactly sure what I should be doing, but he's not making any moves that are damaging his positions, let's say.
maybe he was afraid on some black counterplays with b5, but
Yes.
so can we play now knight c5?
Knight C5. Um, very, very difficult one. Knight C5. Yeah, you're right. The queen and the bishop are the wrong way around. Yeah, I don't like what Finnick has done here, really. I just don't like what Finnick has done here.
Yeah, he lost to Tempe, so
He just, he really did. Um,
and the queen was on b2 or on c2 previously?
it was on E2.
Yeah, but he played queen c2.
He played queen C. The queen was on C2. He went queen E2 and queen B2. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Okay, and b2 is a bit strange actually because
Mm-hmm.
your bishop has no squares. You cannot put your queen in front of your bishop
Mm-hmm.
anymore.
Exactly. So it's very strange in that aspect. Um, very, very strange. Okay, so that didn't work out. King G3. Akash has played Rook AD8, by the way, which also makes sense. And now back over to White. So can you move the knight to F4 now? Can you finally do this maneuver? But maybe Black just says, I don't care. Oh no, so yeah, I can do this. Look,
Smart.
very
But maybe I
smart.
can play h3.
H3, knight F3. Yeah,
Knight
King H.
f3.
Terribly, terribly difficult again to play this. And with just 2 minutes left, I mean, Akash still has some danger here, but it's also somehow a what's the word? Um, it's also somehow a
Maybe
I
you
don't
know
know.
the word in French.
No, I mean, what I'm trying to say is he knows he can still win this, and he can make normal looking moves with 2 minutes and not really damage his position.
Yeah, especially after white moves, like you start to feel that your opponent is just losing maybe control of his position.
Exactly.
So maybe you can
Exactly.
you try to find a way to make him play the wrong move.
Yeah. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if Finnick just played Queen C2 here, claiming I don't know what to do. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Um, Okay, so looks like a bunch of draws there. Now, has anything happened in the Masters of interest? Let's go back to the win against Harry Krishna game. This position here still looks like Harry Krishna is keeping the balance. I don't see any major progress for white.
Okay, just the pawn on c4 is hanging or not? I mean, like, trade rook first, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, rook c4, rook d1, king h2, and then maybe you can play bishop
Takes
take
h3.
h3.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Great tactic. Rook d1, king h2, and bishop takes h3.
But is it
Or
worth?
you can do it. You can even do it here, right? Maybe it's even better.
Okay, I think it's better. Yes.
Because now here king h2. But it's only one check. It's only one check. And now can you bring the knight in? I mean, this can get very dangerous, of course. This can get very, very dangerous.
Yeah, the knight is very strong.
Very strong.
So it's very risky for white to take the pawn.
Correct.
It's very risky, and they don't need to take any risk. But you have to understand why you
Yes,
won't
of
take this
course.
pawn.
So white will not take this pawn. He will do something like takes, and he's going to find a different move here. Like knight d4. Natural looking move.
So maybe here bishop d3.
Bishop d3. And here, yeah, after bishop d3, b3 looks natural. Queen e4, threatening this. Well, just you can start to prefer black in some positions. For example, just to show you, let's say it was takes, and now white played some neutral move. I don't know, queen
Queen
c3,
c5. Ah, yeah, queen c3.
something. Now you can go knight e5. And now there are ideas of taking on h3 and going knight f3 check. Black does have some initiative here.
Yeah, so it's not that easy for white to. But that's what I was thinking. Like black pieces are a little bit more active since the beginning of the middle game, even if bishops are opposite colors, and with opposite colors bishop, like the team with the most active pieces can play for a win.
Yeah, exactly. When the opposite color bishops are there, simply uh, you the side that is attacking has got all the chances. So I think that Harry Krishna has got a very, very small chance. I think Wang Hao is just we have that position on the board that you mentioned after King F3. I think Wang Hao will just retreat here, and we're going to get a drawn rook and pawn ending. Boris, I think, is you know under a little bit of pressure. Sam has managed to find a good configuration for his pieces. And I guess the most important thing to point out here is that the move Queen e4 check is not really a possibility, because after takes, you can't take here because you lose this. And if you take here after b4, suddenly white gets the outside pass pawn. And this is very difficult to defend against. So it really feels like um, Yeah, it really, yeah.
Yeah,
So
white took the edge. White
yeah.
is slightly better in this position. The queen on d4 is very strong in the center, in the middle of the board, controlling, having an eye on both sides, king
Hmm.
side and queen side. And they have the majority on the queen side. So white will try to create a pass pawn on the A file. And as we know, knights are not good to defend on A file pawns against
Exactly.
A file pawns. So maybe I think Boris will manage to find a draw because he's very strong, and but it's white has better chances in this position. They are the only one playing for win.
Totally agree. Some chances there for Sam Shankland. Uh, what else have we got? Gladora, Bartel Gladora still looks very drawish. In fact, trading rooks here is a very simple draw. Steinmach,
Maybe
sorry.
is it that clear now? Because if you trade, can I play very quickly King c4, King b3?
In which position? Sorry.
In Bartel, in Mateusz against Bartel against Gledura.
Yeah,
Sorry.
in this
Now,
position here.
if you trade rooks
Yeah,
after with black, I can play quickly King c4, King b3, try to push my a
yeah,
pawn.
but I'm just in time, right?
You're
Something
just in
like
time. You
this.
sure?
Yeah, King C1,
Okay.
A2, and Bishop D4, C5, and I
C4.
pass, and
Okay,
it's a
just in
draw.
time.
Just in time. Just in time. And of course, if you go King B2 first, now I have this important check first, and if you go here, now I control this square. So it doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
Close though. So King H7 here. And it looks as though again, Paul Vinicius is finding a way to hold the fort basically. Looks as though
I
he's
think.
holding everything together here.
Yes.
Um, very, 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 very good stuff. Okay. So what else could be going on?
Okay. Uh,
Tell me. What do you want to look at next?
um, Varkav Akash. I think
Yeah.
right now it's the most exciting game we have in progress.
Yeah, so we still have this, and Akash has gone for a really aggressive try with A4. But why can't I just win a pawn? I don't understand. Sorry, C4 is not hanging because the
But
knight is hanging. This is very strange. This is very, very strange.
maybe he blundered the pawn.
Possibly, possibly. How did that happen? Queen F7, Rook A1. He blundered the pawn, Natasha. Simply,
Okay.
he just blundered the pawn.
So if
Incredible.
yeah, in time trouble, it's not easy when you have to play 14 moves with only 4 minutes.
Of course.
It's very, very not easy. It wasn't easy for black, and So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, this is this. Yeah, and he does do this. So he takes. So Finnick, the youngster of the tournament,
He's a pawn up.
he's a pawn up with chances. With chances.
Because maybe rook take a4.
Yeah,
He takes
yeah.
knight c5. No.
Knight c5. Okay.
Or rook b8
And
first, maybe.
and here. Rook b8 or queen a2.
Queen a2, yeah.
Yeah. Don't like it. Don't like it for Akash. Yeah, I think this is the game of all the games now today. I think this is the one with the biggest chance of a result. And what a result it would be if Finnick managed to beat Akash, the youngster Finnick, just 13 years old, to beat Akash would be a huge, huge result. Akash is a grandmaster from India. He's 2483. Finnick, just a FIDE master, but one of the big talents. Let's see what happens. Just to confirm, there has been a draw in uh, win against Hari Krishna, draw Dayak, draw Rob. So we've only got 2 games remaining in the main event. This one is also going to be a draw because there's just not enough material. So that's going to be a draw. The question is, can Sam outplay Boris from this position? My gut tells me no. The question is, though, what do you do against g5? And I guess the idea is Sam wants to go knight e4 and on queen takes d5. What does he want to do here? This is not so easy. And knight c5 is his idea. Brilliant idea. Oops. He wants to go knight c5 and take with the pawn on e6. And there's no way to protect these pawns. Very nice idea.
Yeah,
Very,
he's
very
ready
nice idea.
to damage his own pawn structure just to get rid of one of the queen side white pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Incredible.
very, very good. Yeah.
Incredible idea. Incredible.
Okay, let's go back
yeah.
to Finnick against Akash.
So Finnick against Akash. Let's see here. All right. So knight c5 on the board.
Okay, so that's what we said. Okay, 3 minutes 30 against 46 seconds. 6 moves left. To 6 moves to play, and white is a pawn up. The youngest player of the tournament is a pawn up.
Correct. Correct. Queen a2, bishop g7 on the board. 3 minutes left.
Maybe bishop d4, is it? Okay, white have to find a way to activate their bishop, the white light, the light square bishop.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is also not straightforward. This is also not easy at all.
Maybe you can play bishop takes g7 and rook d6. Is it possible to play something like this?
And rook d6. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, we have a pawn up, but we have to play active with white.
Correct.
We cannot wait. We can't wait.
And the point is that and you're forcing black to go passive here, right? That's your idea.
Yes.
You want black to go passive with like rook c8. And he can't really go rook e6 because now I think you run into takes, and c5. And finally the queen is doing something, and on queen f7, now your
My
move
bishop
comes,
is alive.
and it's over, because actually after king g7, bishop c4, you can just trade everything, and the pawn ending. Oh, have I screwed it up? I've actually screwed it up, right? I've actually made a big mistake.
No, I think you just no. You don't exchange.
Ah,
Now
you just go
just
a5 now.
push.
Yeah,
You go
of course.
a5. Yes.
And then you finally take. Yes, yes, of course. So, okay. So this did happen. So hold on. So takes, bishop g7 on the board. He did take. Queen takes g7. 2 minutes left for Finnick. Needs to find 4 moves. I think he will go rook d6. It's really the natural follow-up move here. Or maybe a5. He might be tempted just to push as well. That also makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense to do this. Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, it's it looks yeah, rook d6
Rook
is on the board.
d6.
Let's see. Let's just stay with this game. I will keep an eye on the other games. There is draw in Motilev Ami, draw Peshak against Vukov. I think Stalmak against Pulcinivicius is also going to be a draw. There's already been a draw Bartel Gledora, draw Martirosian Robson, draw Navara, draw win Hari Krishna. So we really are looking at draws across the board here. By the way, Vincent played a very interesting move. Did Wang Hao misplay this? Can you not get behind the pawn and make life slightly more difficult, like something like this? But maybe again, this is the king is just too. No, it just cannot be. It cannot be anything. Instead, Vincent actually went rook b6 check. We could just get a straight draw here. We might just get a repetition because you can't come here because of mate. So we could get a straight draw here.
Okay, after king e7, I can take the pawn maybe on g5. Okay, it's not the most beautiful pawn structure, but I am a pawn up with white. It should be draw, but who knows?
King e7, which move do you want to play here?
I just take on g5.
Just take on g5, yeah.
Okay, you play rook h5.
No, rook h5, king g4. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I mean, this is on the board. Let's stay here just for a second.
Yeah, I was thinking king h5, king g4, rook h2, something like this. You have rook b2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rook can come back.
Yeah, maybe you just come back now with the rook and come round, you know? Just keep the rook active. The pawns are too weak, I feel, for there to be any serious threat here, yeah. Okay, in the Shanklin game, we've had a few moves, but it still seems as though Boris now targeting here. He's probably going to make a draw here, Boris. Probably still going to make a draw. Still looks very, very good, basically. for a draw. And we are reaching, I mean, this is move 40. So this has reached move 40 here. The Kmart game is also already on move 39. So that's going to reach move 40. He did play rook h4. This is actually even more clever. Sorry, this is a very clever move, Natasha, because he's stopping a4 and he's cutting the king.
Yes.
This is a very good move. And I guess Kmart will go g4 and then he'll go here, but the pawns are less flexible, of course, when it's like that. So this is all pretty good stuff. And
okay. Let's go back to our
we'll go to
challengers.
our challengers group. Yeah, this is the game. This is the game. And it looks as though Akash is in trouble here. Huh? This actually looks as though Akash is in trouble here. This looks as though Akash is in trouble. I have to say.
White to play. We could be afraid with the knight on f3. Is black threatening something? Or the bishop is doing a great job defending the king?
The bishop just about defends the king, huh? The bishop just about defends the king.
Yeah, because after like moves for black, like knight h3, king h1, there's no threat anymore for black. It's white to play, actually. So the question is, do I have to play a move or can I push my pawn?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can I
think you can just push. What is black supposed to be doing? I mean, this is just a check. This is just a check. So I don't know.
Maybe knight e1, and you go, yeah, and you go to h1.
King h1. Nothing. The queen is restricted. What move are we on? We're already on move 40 here as well. Okay, queen b3 played. This is move 40. Queen b3 is a very strange move by Finnick. I don't. What is this move actually? What allowing queen a1 in some positions? I mean, it might still be okay. He'll go king g2, but the queen was perfect on a2. Push.
Yes.
Just push. I don't understand this move at all. I don't understand this move at all, to be honest. Very, very unusual.
Yeah, maybe it was just to play the 40th move.
Yes, he maybe just got a bit nervous. He played king g2. Okay, so that one has still got life. This one is still probably a draw. White trying things with the knight and queen, but I don't think there's anything legitimately there for white. And I believe we've also reached move 40 in the Shankland game. We've reached move 40, and this looks like a stone draw after queen takes a4. That's going to end in a draw after queen takes a4.
Yes.
And Wang Hao probably is going to draw. Vincent loves an endgame, though. Vincent absolutely loves an endgame. And after rook a2, yeah, this position here again is, well,
it should be an easy draw, no, for black?
Yeah, I would say
like
that this position...
The rook is behind the pawn. The king, the white king is cannot access easy to the queen side.
Exactly.
So okay, we still have 3 games in progress.
We still have 3 games in progress. The likelihood is that they're all going to end in draws except this Finnick game. And that would be a great story for the first round. The youngest player to win. So what we'll do is we'll go for another break now that all the games have reached move 40. And we'll come back after the break for the next portion of today's round, where we're going to see if we can get one winner. So don't go anywhere. We will come straight back for further action from this year's round 1 Prague International Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round one of the Prague Chess Festival 2023. We have had an interesting round, not too much blood, but it looks as though we've got the chance for at least one decisive result. We're going to come on to that in a second. Of course, I'm joined by Natasha. And Natasha, we've been analyzing this endgame in the break between Kema and Wang Hao. And it's not so easy. I thought Wang Hao had an easy draw, but it seems as though that is not the case. That the draw is not at all clear cut here, which is very, very interesting. Do you think Kema is going to win this position, or do you think Wang Hao will find a way to make a draw?
I would say Wang Hao will manage to make a draw. He will find a way to make a draw, but it will be very complicated for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would you do? How would you play this position with black? What is your plan to defend, and how white can improve their position?
It's a good
I
question.
mean, we want the white king to go to the queen side. If we can hit the d5 points, it would be very nice. Because the d5 pawn is very weak. The black king is cut from the d5 pawns. Do we have a way to do it? But I don't know. The problem is that the rook is how to say, in front of the pawn.
Yeah,
Is it
exactly.
that? It's better to have your rook behind the pawn.
Correct.
Than in front of the pawn. So this is why we are thinking that black could have drawish chances. But I don't know how we could improve the position with white. Maybe we can play something like rook b6, a6, and then try to bring the king to the queen side. What do you think about rook b6?
Rook b6 here.
Yeah.
So rook a2, a6. And let's say now I cut your king off with rook a4.
Oh. And can I go with king e2 or it's...
Yeah, king e2 again. I think I'm just going to take on g4. I think I have time to do that. I think. And the point is, if you go a7, I come back, you give check, I put the king on e6, and I'm really never losing this position.
Yeah, that's right.
So the question is, how do you make progress here with white after rook a4? Yeah, I feel like that is probably not correct. And he had, sorry, we have got something like this. What has happened? Oh no, sorry, he went this way. Sorry,
check.
He went check, king e6, and a6.
A6.
What's this idea? So if rook a2, rook a8, king e7.
He wants to push a7 maybe.
And now the point is that this king can't find, the king has got no squares because we've got the famous king d7, rook f8.
Yes.
Winning.
Yes.
So you have to go rook a4, and now you come in with the king all the way round. You just come, because black is in a form of zugzwang here, and you just win basically by finding the zugzwang like this. Wow. It's possible that Kema is going to do it.
So what was the mistake, the blunder for black? It was g6, rook a7.
Yeah, I can't believe he here. This is okay. G6. The bar
G6.
shot up. Hated this move. Yeah, it wanted black to go here, and I guess the difference now is if you do this and try something similar, and now you need to find a very tough move. This is what Wang Hao missed. Wang Hao missed the move f5 here.
f5.
Yeah, because you're threatening check. And if you take, I can go king takes and I can hide because I win this pawn. And if you take, I can go king takes again, and on a7, importantly, I can hide on g6. And now you don't have the same concepts as in the last one.
Okay, so Cameron will win this game?
I think so. I think in the current position, this g6 move was a really, really serious blunder. And Kmar is most likely going to win. I think Gelfand is going to draw g6 and hold. We did have a draw in Stalmack against Vinicius, so that's done. The only other game that's going to end in decisive result, most likely, is this game between Finek and Akash. Finek with a clear extra pawn, past a pawn. Akash without a serious attack. I guess the thing that Finek is calculating is if I go h4, can black go g5?
The question also is, does white have another move than h4? Because you cannot let black have counterplay and king a mating attack against your king. Because if you let black to play h4,
so a5,
for example,
h4.
a5, h4,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm threatening to play. No, I'm not threatening h3.
h3 is not really well. H3 maybe not, but maybe the threat is to take and go queen h6 like this.
Or maybe yes, go first your queen h6 and then take.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's better.
Also,
or not.
for example.
So yeah, actually you can push. Seems like we can push a5. h5 is just a bluff.
And if this, we just don't care. We just push. Now h I take. Even that might be winning, something like this, and now to play a move like this. Yeah. Even this is possibly just winning.
Okay. Yeah, so you can. Yeah, so white have many options.
White has many options. Yeah, I feel as though this should be winning. So Finek, though, taking his time, I don't know the exact time he has it because the odd clock timer is not updated. So I don't know what has happened there.
Yes. He's right to take his time.
Sure. But it does look good. You can play a5. I don't know if this is a mistake because after g5, you can take, and if queen takes queen f7 looks very dangerous as well. Yep. Gaining an important tempo. This is just one check. We go to h1, and if the rook goes somewhere, you've got rook d7. And yeah, this is also kind of just a bit of a bluff by black. So h5 is effectively not a bluff. I mean, what else is he? He has to try something. He's a pawn down, but I just don't believe that this ever.
Yeah, it's the only attempt that can have.
Exactly.
The only chance. It's the only chance for black.
Exactly.
So maybe let's go back to our rook ending.
The rook ending. I expect Wang Hao to take some time here, though. He's probably starting to realize that this position is bad, is my guess. There's a small realization that this is actually a bad position. So,
is there anything that black could do? No, it's just like a one-way game now. Just like the plan is very easy for white, and
yeah, I think so. I think the plan for white is very easy, and the problem black has, as we've illustrated, is that white can get this kind of position here, but the black king doesn't have a safe square. It cannot go anywhere because the rook will depart and win. And so black is in a form of Zugzwang here because now the king comes around and there's just nothing you can do as black. I'm just going to take this pawn. Oh, I get this position. I take the pawn. You have to stay. And now the easy way is just to do something like this, where I provoke e5, e6. This is very instructive. This is the way to do it. And the point is, if you take with the king, I have check and I win. And if you take with the pawn, then I have this famous rook h8 swinger move. So if you take my pawn, I win your rook finally and I win. This is something that Vincent knows, of course, very well. And Vincent, he's so tricky. He manages to get um, very nice, very nice. And he converts them a lot. His opponents, I feel like they relax quite a lot as well in some of these positions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I feel like they
yeah,
relax.
I completely understand. Like we usually say that rook endgames are all draw, but it's wrong. You have to prove
Right,
that it's draw. You have to play it before you make draw. So it's not that easy that it can look like.
right.
So now even this against very strong chess players. I mean, we're talking about Wang Gao, who was on top 10 of best chess players in the world a few years
Mm-hmm.
ago.
Mm-hmm.
So everything can happen.
Everything
So
absolutely can
it's
happen.
not easy to play rook endgames, and
No, it's not.
don't think that it's just easy draw all the time. It's not easy at all.
Not easy whatsoever. Um,
So we had very interesting game today.
yeah, we did. We had an interesting day, 100%. Really interesting day.
Even if there were many draws, the games were very intense.
Exactly.
And maybe we can have a look on Finek
Phoenix game?
Akash.
Yeah, let's go back.
I
Let's
don't
go
know
back.
if he played or not. No,
No,
he's still.
h5 is still on the board.
Maybe there is a problem with the
No, I think well, there's a
transmission.
problem
No.
with the clock. There's a problem with the clock, but that's it. That's really it.
Okay,
Um,
because he's thinking since a very long time, like almost 20 minutes.
yeah, it's been a long time, right? Let's see if we can get an update there. Maybe we've got a view of the hall. Actually, we
Yes, it
do,
will
and
be
we can.
nice.
Is that Finnick there against? Yeah, that must be Finnick against Akash there, right?
Yes, it's them. Okay, he just played h4.
Let's see.
Okay.
H4. Okay.
So I think black has nothing else to play than g5, even if it doesn't work. I don't know what. Or maybe no, you can. Yeah, the position is falling apart. You have to
Yeah.
play
So,
g5 with black. You have
yeah.
no other options.
Yeah. Indeed.
Maybe you can try something with rook e7, trying to prevent the promotion. I don't know.
But it's just kind of passive, isn't it?
Yes, it's very, very passive.
It's just passive. Um, it's just passive, and yeah, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. I don't really know what else to suggest here. I mean, black doesn't really have any ideas, basically.
Yeah, white controls all the squares, all the white squares, all the penetration squares, I would say, for the black queen. So everything is under control for white.
Yeah, it's just bad. It's
It
just
just
bad.
like it's just like suffering. And okay, g5. You have to try g5, and maybe your opponent will get scared, and we never know. But we know that, like, some psychology on the board.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, these young guys, they're not very scared of. They're not very afraid of such things, really.
I know.
Um,
I know.
you know what I mean?
Of course.
So, yeah, I expect Finnick to win this position, basically. I very much expect Finnick to win this position. I expect Kmart to win, and that's all we've got left, actually. Shanklin is trying, but in vain against Boris Gelfand. Knight b7 is a nice move, the idea, and they've actually already just agreed to draw.
Okay.
The point was that if you take knight d6, you win the last pawn. So, oh, and Wang Hao has resigned. Wow.
Yeah,
Wang Hao has resigned. Yes,
he
go on,
trusted
Natasha.
Kamer skills in rook endgames.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
He does.
It was just a long way of suffering for black, and with no moves at all, just like zigzag. And
that's it. Amazing.
So it's the young man against the retired chess player.
Yes, exactly. Unbelievable. And Vincent takes a lead in Group A. Unbelievable stuff. And now we only have one game left.
Yes.
We only have one game left. And yeah. This is the position. White is completely winning. The young Finnick, only 13 years old. And Akash, the Indian Grandmaster, another young Indian Grandmaster, no moves. Difficult to say who has played really well and who has not played well so far. It's only been one game in the tournament. People are getting warmed up. Who do you think is going to be the happiest today, Natasha?
I think that Finnick will very enjoy his evening, maybe with a good ice cream. I don't know, but he did a very good game, winning against a strong Indian grandmaster. So I think Finnick will be very happy. And
yeah,
Wang Gao, it's a pity for him because he managed to survive the middle game with this very tricky position with the sacrifice on b5, and after the endgame he lost the endgame. So I think Wang Gao will be very sad tonight. He lost. And Finnick very happy. And after the other games, they were almost maybe I think Peshak can have few regrets because he had a very good opening preparation and he didn't manage to convert it in a win.
Mm-hmm.
But Vikuk defended very well his position. So I think the answer is quite easy.
The answer is
And
quite
Kemer,
easy, yeah?
of course, and Kemer also will be very happy. Everybody is happy with the win. And you, so what is your
Yeah, I think
your
if the
opinion?
young, I mean, clearly if Finnick wins, which I think he is going to win, he will be the happiest. Clearly, you know, the young guy, he's got big expectation on his on his shoulders. Even though he's young, he'll be nervous. You know, but he'll be very happy. But he has to win. Accidents can happen, but it's very difficult to see how, especially in this line, if he takes on g5 with the queen, because of this queen f7. Queen f7 really deads the position. You're threatening the rook and you're threatening rook d7. So it's really difficult to see just how he would get out
Yes.
of this, basically. Yeah, I just don't
I
see a
think,
way.
yeah, Finnick won't miss it. Since he's a pawn up, he's in control of his game, just improving his position moves after move, move after move. I think he's 100% focused on this
Mhm.
game and on the win.
Yeah, totally agree. Think he's going to do it. Really think he's going to do it. Um,
Oh, wait,
so
he played knight take g5. Black took on g5 with the
black
knight.
took in g5 with the knight. Let's just quickly get that on the board.
I think, yeah,
Let's see.
it's
Okay,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
because he saw queen f7. Okay, so knight takes g5. So now we need to find the cleanest way for white. What is the cleanest way for white here? I like
maybe
the
we
move.
just,
Go on, tell me.
no, I was just saying like a5. No,
e5.
I
Yeah,
just push.
just push.
Oof.
And you don't care about h4, basically.
And if I keep pushing,
Mm.
maybe I will manage to to miss the win with white.
Mm. Are we screwing it up though? Are we making a big mistake here?
Yeah, we're making the impossible become possible.
We're making the impossible possible, huh?
Yes.
Are you sure? We might be. I mean, let's play this position. Let's play this position.
So here I think you have to take on g3.
Do you? Even that, remembering a lot of the other lines, we didn't do that. So I was questioning if we had to.
Yeah, but here my queen is on b3, so how do I cannot go further with my pawn.
Okay, so we take back with the pawn, yeah? You want to do this. And now if he goes rook g8, are you not a little bit scared here?
A little bit, yes.
A little bit, right?
Yeah. Okay, come back. Come back. We found much better move for white. Please, Finnick, don't play like me.
Okay, so we need to find a more precise way. Do you know
Yes,
the
you're
first
right.
move that I wanted to play here was queen d1. That was my
Oh,
intuitive move.
okay. Yeah, this is very good. It's a very strong move.
Queen d1, hitting this guy here. And,
And
no,
it is what he played, actually. Is it
it is what...
his move? No?
Hold on, what's going on here? Well, yes, he did play queen d1. And I tell you what we're going to do, Natasha.
Tell me.
Vincent came up is with the team. So what we're going to do is we're going to go for a short, very, very tiny break, and we're going to get set up, and then we're going to welcome Vincent into the studio and discuss his game. Wow. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is live coverage of the Prague Chess Festival 2023, the Masters section, and we're delighted to have with us right now the top German player, somebody I managed to see a few days ago here in Berlin. He's been traveling everywhere. He's now in Prague. Vincent, you have just beaten Wang Hao. Firstly, congratulations. Myself and Natasha, who were commentating on the game, couldn't believe what happened. It finished so quickly at the end. It was an extremely complicated game. We'll look at the critical moments. But what happened at the end for Wang Hao to lose this rook ending when it looked as though it was really heading for a draw this game?
Yeah, I think when he played rook a5 and, we got into this rook endgame with only one rook being left, it suddenly started to be very tricky for him. I thought instead of this d4 and he should be trying to survive, but this is the kind of rook endgame that is very unpleasant to play for him because it's clear that he's like at least humanly slightly worse and he has to defend. And okay, I think these kind of positions you can already see. I think rook a5 maybe wasn't. I thought d4 should be the easiest. E4, rook a3 to get some counterplay, and then he should easily manage to hold the draw because with rook a5 it's at least not that clear. Yeah, I'm again pretty sure that it's holdable, but it's not as easy. And of course, when you're also getting closer to move 40 and the time trouble, it's important to have a clear
and the
path.
big point here is that if king e4, you want to go like king d6.
Yeah, king d6 rook d5, king e6, and then we can
and repeat maybe even or actually I don't know. You have to repeat with the checks because you can lose here.
No, I should be careful not to get mated if I go that far.
Yeah. Okay, that's a very nice move, d4. Before we go there, because I think the rook ending was drawn at some point. We'll discuss that in a minute. But let's quickly go to the key moment in the opening where we had a very well-known Slav. But where did it get, when were you out of book? Because this, I think, is already normal-ish.
Yeah, I mean, f4 is a new move, which I planned for today. I think it hasn't been played so far. And I think c5 is not supposed to be the right move, but rather knight d7 in this case. But I was also trying to figure out why exactly c5 wasn't so good. So I also thought about playing d5, but I think bishop f3 seemed reasonable. Knight c6 and dc.
Yeah, you have to do this. Yeah, and now the big question is whether he can go knight a5 or whether he can just castle.
Yeah, but knight a5, I know it's not supposed to be very good because of queen c2, rook c8, and b4 and so on, but it's like tricky. And I also know that there was this queen a3 move, and I think I remembered this whole line until king takes d2. That something like this I knew.
This whole line you knew?
Yeah, I think I should have it somewhere, but I didn't really remember. That's why I spent so much time, because if you remember faults, you can easily just lose.
Of course.
I'm not sure here. I think it's...
Yeah, I mean, we looked at a lot of stuff. I mean, what was interesting here is actually all the queen moves that Black has. It's not clear that c8 is the best square, but at the same time,
also, yeah, but I think
d7 or b6 is very interesting.
B6 felt a little weird, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure either where to go. Just queen c8 also seemed reasonable, but yeah, I don't know. I just knew that there was this knight c7, which I can do basically against everything, and
any queen move. Yeah.
Of course, after bc92, I can take on a8. I think
you can't take on a8.
Yeah, I thought so. I remember that I couldn't, but during the game I didn't see why actually.
because black gets some counterplay like this basically.
Yeah, but that's what he also could have gotten in the game probably. Yeah, I know that this is what I kind of remembered. Yeah, that this is actually fine for him.
Some kind of knight d5 at the right
I
moment.
even saw that. Can you check if rook c1 is very bad here, or if it's
Rook c1. Rook c1 is a draw.
Yeah, queen d5 and king c3. I think something like this. I remember.
And then rook b8, and you're running.
Okay, then that's the wrong position. Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah.
That. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
this one
have
apparently is a
absolutely no
draw.
idea. I just felt like, okay, here it will be hard to play for a win, and I was, at least, after rook d8, king e2, then in this end game, I'm just like marginally better and can press a little. But of course, I will have to check. Yeah, so maybe after queen c8, it was the wrong queen move, and I had something better. But it's very hard to calculate. I mean, it's a horribly complicated position, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And what ended up happening is we got this where we had the bunch of trades, and we reached this ending, which looks like black should be able to hold. I think 95 is a good move. I think this is fine. I even think going into this double rook endgame is fine. And as you said, d4 being the critical move here to hold the balance. You were critical of rook a5. I understand why. Still feels holdable here. A few checks. You came back.
Okay, probably, but how to draw exactly? Yeah, that's the thing.
Yes.
I mean, this just playing rook h8, rook a, it might hold, but it, if it doesn't, then it's just lost. I think here's no kind of safe option anymore. Yeah, g5 also didn't feel bad.
Yes.
But then he had the issue that basically in long term, if I just am able to push rook a8, pawn to a7, it's lost from now on. Yeah, which is kind of tricky.
Right.
Which is also then why he resigned, yeah, because like I would put the rook a.
I think here he can still maybe play on with rook a2, and he's got a fantastic concept. Look at this. After rook a7, king e6, a6, it's the sorry, and let's say he goes rook a4. Let's say you continue with your idea of rook a8 and a7. At some point, he can now play the move f5. This is the incredible resource that he has, and apparently this is a draw because if gf king f5, we can hide behind the g pawn. And if gf this way, king takes f6, and once again a7 king g6, and this is probably going to be a draw. Being able to win the g pawn if your king ever gets.
If I play g6 myself somewhere,
and if you play g6 yourself,
he's got check, I mean, before f5, just voluntarily. Let's say, maybe here.
So maybe here, g6. Yeah, he can take.
Yeah, and rook a8. No, I wanted to go rook a8 actually.
Rook a8 here.
Because it's different. Yeah, I just don't want to open the.
But he can hide again. He's always got this square to hide.
Yeah, but because he can hide and take the pawn. Yeah, because otherwise.
And he can just take the pawn, right?
Pawn, and I would win with the e pawn. But this way, yeah, might still be draw. But that's what I'm saying. At this point already, it's very difficult. But of course, f5 is a brilliant resource. But I think it's very tough to see as a human. I also, of course, didn't see during the game. I think for him it would have been easier since he had to search for something. But yeah, I just saw that basically after g6, a6, I will just, play rook a8, pawn to a7, force his king to e7, then pick up the d5 pawn, push the pawn to e6, and then that's basically it. So I think it was very easier to see the winning plan than any defense here.
Yes. Exactly. Well done. And just to illustrate for people who have just joined the broadcast, the reason why it ended up losing after g6. Sorry, was this position here? No, the rook was on b2 somehow, excuse me. Why Wang Hao resigned here was that you cannot now get the king safe, and you will lose you're in Tuxwang here as black.
I'll pick up d5 and push the pawn to e6. Yeah, this is
correct.
What I'm going to do.
Correct. Yeah, so again, I'll just do it very quickly so that people who don't know can see. Still looks like black maybe has got a chance, but Vincent, as he
kind of, these are the positions that are either dead draw or just lost.
Even this allowing with check is probably a bit
okay. Normally you wouldn't do that. Yeah,
you wouldn't do this.
Move the king somewhere and then.
And now this fantastic resource. It takes. You have check and you promote, and if you take with the pawn, you have this well-known swing across where you win the rook. Lovely stuff. Well done, Vincent. A very interesting game. A lot to check there, I imagine, as well. you are the sole leader of the group, with all the other games being draws. Long way to go, as you know, but
Yeah, for
another
sure.
good start. And after your performance last year, which was so good, this looks like the sort of tournament you enjoy. Do you enjoy being in Prague? Is it one of your favorite tournaments?
I certainly enjoy being here, yeah, like with everything starting. Also, I always got good pairings. I got number 1 and number 2, extra whites. And yeah, the place is very nice. The tournament is nicely organized. So, of course, it's nice, but it doesn't always necessarily connect to the result. But, it's great to have at least started good both times. So I'm hoping it will go as well as last year from now on as well.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you again with another win very soon.
Thank you very
Congrats.
much. See you.
Thanks very much. At home, they have so many ideas. If you're not prepared, you can't compete against the very top guys. It's just impossible.
Of course not. Yeah.
Akash in big trouble. This looks like the end of the game, actually. Akash with 1 minute and a half. Knight is on pre. This is now a threat. He goes for f4, which is kind of the desperado move. His idea is that he wants to play g takes h4, rook g8. But this doesn't work because queen d4 just swaps the queens. And that is going to be it. And I fully expect Finnick to see this. You can just take the knight now. And when queen d4 appears, Akash will resign that position. And yeah, it will be only 2 wins today for 2 young players, but really good stuff. Let's see how quickly Finnick sees this. Also, the other point is that after g takes h4, let's say f3, you have bishop c4. So, sorry, excuse me, you don't. There's queen g2 check.
You can take on f3 and play queen d4. Maybe.
Or take.
You take on yeah, you can take, sure.
Easy. Really, really, really easy.
Yeah, because if queen a1, you can maybe come back with your queen on d1, and it's
right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's easy win. I think. Yeah, Finnick will find.
Yeah, Finnick will
all
find
the good
this.
moves. He will finish his very good game in a perfect way.
Yeah. Precisely. Precisely. Really good stuff. Super. So we're waiting for this. Everybody who's been watching, I know we haven't had much interaction with the viewers this time. Please do tweet at us, though. Use the Prague Chess Festival main Twitter. I'm sure you could tag them, and we'd be happy to hear your comments. I know we've had a decent number of you watching today, which is great. Thank you all for watching. And we're waiting now for Finnick. F3 is on the board, and there's just no way that he doesn't take this this pawn. You can play queen d4 here, but why make your life difficult when you can just, or as you said, you could do this and go queen d4 here, but you're making your life difficult. Why not just take, especially when queen a1 can be met by rook d1. Akash might play on a little bit here. It's not completely clear to me. Akash might play on a little bit, but I don't know.
Yeah, he needs to 1 or 2 more moves, and if white finds a good answer, if white can solve those small problems, it will be a quick resign.
Oh, he did go queen e4 immediately. Okay.
Queen d4.
I
immediately?
mean, that's probably all right because it's just still too many pawns. Like
Yes, yes.
fe2, king e2. Yeah,
Yeah,
if the rook
c6
move,
pawn will.
yeah, and you
The
can
pawn on
even take with
c6 will
the,
fall.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is still going to be a win. Akash might play on for a little bit, but it's really a hopeless task.
Position.
Should we have a quick look at the review? Sorry, the games tomorrow.
Yes, of
See
course.
what we have
Let's
planned.
have a
So
look.
I'm just going to say it verbally because I don't think we've got graphics for it. But we've got Harry Krishna Robson, Gelfand Martirosian, Deak Shankland, Wang Hao Navara, and win with white against Kema. Looks like a very balanced day. That does. That looks like that. I think there are going to be a lot of draws in this tournament. We have a very, very tough group of players, very, very similar in strength. So I think we are going to get draws. And in the challengers, we have Gladura Lamy, Vikok against Motilov, Akash Peshak, Vinicius against Finek, and Bartel Stallman. I'm going to go and say there's going to be 3 decisive results tomorrow in the challengers event.
3 decisors. 3 decisive win. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think. Which games do you think would it be?
Um,
Or maybe you don't want to.
no, I don't know which games exactly, but I just have the feeling, you know.
Do you
I
think
just have the
Black will
feeling.
win some games?
Yes, I do. I believe Black
Okay.
will win some games. Okay, Rook e5 played. Now the task is really easy because you can just go check and forcing this and this, and that's it. That's
Okay.
really
Yeah,
that's really the end, and that's just straightforward. And he's going to play it. So
okay. I think Black will resign soon.
yeah, Black will resign after Rook d7. There's nothing to play on for after Rook d7.
Because after Rook e7, you can exchange queen, exchange rook, and the a pawn will go to be promoted to a queen.
And that's it. And that is it. So fully expect now Rook d7 to be on the board, and then resigns really is the only move playable at this level. And you don't play Rook d8 check without playing Rook d7 next. So Finek just double checking, triple checking, Rook d7 on the board, and now Akash should just resign. There's nothing to play for here. And congratulations to the youngest player in the event. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And we do have a result. And that is it. Day 1 done for the Prague Chess Festival. We are back tomorrow, same time, same place for round 2. Only 2 decisive results, 1 in the challengers. Congratulations to Finek. Congratulations also, of course, to Vincent Kamer, who we had on. Tomorrow we come back for more action, more good chess tomorrow, I expect. Any last words, Natasha, before we go?
I think we had very great day, very interesting games, and I really hope that you will join us tomorrow to have more exciting chess. So see you tomorrow, everybody.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Good night. See you.
Bye.